start taking their seats, please. We're going to get started. Okay, it is 9:02. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Supervisor Zenger, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Can I get a motion acknowledging the certificate of posting, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Do we have any, let's see, presentations and recognitions? We have, can I get a motion to approve Social Worker Appreciation Month for March 2023, please?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. If we can have Josh Mercier please come up, please. Absolutely. If there's any other social workers that would like to join Josh, please feel free to come up. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. So I'm really honored to be able to be up here this morning and present this proclamation declaring the month of March as Social Work Appreciation Month, so thank you all. Social workers enter the profession because they have a strong desire to help, empower individuals, families, communities, and our nation overcome issues that prevent them from reaching their full potential. Social workers have worked for more than a century to improve the human well-being and enhance the basic needs of all people. Social workers follow a code of ethics that call on them to fight social injustice and respect the dignity and worth of all people. Social workers positively touch the lives of millions of Americans each day and in a variety of places, including schools, hospitals, and military, child welfare agencies, community centers, and in federal, state, and local government. The 2023 Social Work Month theme is Social Work Breaks Barriers. It embodies how social workers help empower individuals, families, communities, and our society to overcome hurdles that prevent them from achieving better well-being. Social workers are the largest group of mental health care providers in the United States, working daily to help thousands of Americans overcome mental illnesses such as depression and anxiety. Social workers are on the front lines of the nation's opioid addiction crisis, helping people get the treatment they need and prevail over substance use disorders. Social workers help people cope with death and grief and help people in communities recover from natural disasters that are increasingly fueled by our warming climate, including hurricanes, drought, and flooding. Social workers have helped this nation live up to its values by advocating for equal rights for all, including people of color, people who are indigenous, people who are LGBTQIA2S+, or people who follow various faiths. The social work profession is one of the fastest growing careers in the United States, with about 708,000 social workers today and more than 60,000 more social workers expected to enter the profession over the next decade. In recognition of the numerous contributions made by America's social workers, the San Benito County Board of Supervisors do hereby proclaim the month of March 2023 as Social Worker Appreciation Month and call upon all citizens to celebrate and support the social work profession. Thank you. Thank you. You're welcome. No, you're welcome. Do you want to say anything?
Mindy, photo. Mindy, photo.
Oh, sorry.
No running away.
Thank you, Supervisor Chair. Thank you, board members. And I just want to take a moment and thank all of our social workers that have joined us today and those that aren't in attendance. They do very powerful work, and we all very much appreciate everything that they do every day. So thank you.
Okay, now if I can get a motion to approve the proclamation recognizing Ruth Erickson for 40 years as a San Benito County Free Library volunteer.
So moved.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Supervisor Gonzalez, will you please present the certificate?
Congratulations. We'll wait for Nora and Susan. Okay, so this is a proclamation recognizing Ruth Erickson for her 40 years as a volunteer for the San Benito County Free Library. That just takes a, that is a lifetime for most of us. Whereas for 40 years, Ms. Ruth Erickson has chosen to take time out for life to make the county of San Benito a better place to live by volunteering with the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library and making a significant positive contribution to bettering the social, community, and cultural conditions of the county of San Benito. Whereas Ms. Erickson has assisted the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library to raise money that enables our library to move forward from good to great, providing the resources for a new library facility, additional programming, much-needed equipment, support for children's summer reading, and a new bookmobile, and special events throughout the year. Whereas the work and deep-rooted institutional and historical knowledge of Ms. Erickson and the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library highlights on an ongoing basis the facts that our library is the cornerstone, and let me repeat that, the cornerstone of the community, providing opportunities for all to engage in the joy of lifelong learning and connect with the thoughts and the ideas of others from ages past to the present. Whereas Ms. Erickson understands the critical importance of well-funded library. We understand that too. We just have to achieve it. And advocates to local and state government to ensure that our library gets the resource it needs to provide a wide variety of services for all ages, including access to print and electronic material, along with expert assistance, 40 years, expert assistance in research, readers, advisory, and services for community members of all ages and backgrounds. Whereas Ms. Erickson's gift of her time and commitment to the library set an example for all in how volunteerism leads to a positive civic engagement and the betterment of our community. Now, therefore, let it be resolved that the Board of Supervisors of San Benito County, on behalf of the San Benito County Free Library and the entire San Benito County community, hereby proclaims its sincere gratitude to Ms. Ruth Erickson for her 40 years of volunteer service to the Friends of the San Benito County Free Library. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Nora or Susan, did you want to say anything? Me? Or you? The mic is yours.
Well, thank you very much. It's my honor to have served the library, and I hope to go for another 20, 30, 40 years. I don't know how long, as long as I have the energy. I've met a lot of good people. I've traveled all over California for the library, for the California Library Association, and represented this county. So it's been a pleasure to do so, and we look forward to more. Where? Here?
Wherever you want.
You want to get up from behind the podium?
Can we have all of the supervisors take a picture with Ruth Erickson? This is quite a feat. 40 years of volunteerism. That's incredible. Incredible. So yeah, let's get all the
Thought to
supervisors
tell you
in front.
that's over half my life.
Madam Chair, if I can make a comment. I'd like to thank Ruth Erickson personally. I've worked with her for years in other volunteer organizations, and she has been such a true pleasure to work with and a wealth of information and knowledge. We have to remember that volunteers and people, even our retirees, are all so much history, and we need to embrace that. I just really thank you so much, Ruth, for all your years of service.
Madam Chair? Yeah, I'd like to as well. I've known Ruth personally for many years, and it goes back to my days at the newspaper when she would call me every day or two, probably it seemed like, and had a lot of feedback on the community. She's always been one of the most informed and caring people in our community, and that, you know, certainly is reflected in 40 years at the library. So thank you, Ruth, very much.
Thank you, Ruth. Okay, so department head announcements?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we do have.
Oh, I'm sorry, Nora?
I could not go back to my seat and not speak up for this wonderful human being. When I came into '06, I did not know too much about the community, but I knew one thing, was that I was going to do everything to work as hard as I could, use everything that I knew. But along came Ruth, who was a mentor to me, who was a teacher for me, who helped me to learn more than I could possibly have learned if I'd have spent 4 or 5 years already here, because of her knowledge she shared with me and expressed to me how the community felt about this library. And she made no bones about it, that it was going to be a hard task, but that we were going to keep going and believing in the dream that one day it would happen. And she made it very clear to me. Thank you for that clarity. We continue to work. We continue to use partners, collaborators, volunteers. Volunteers are very special people, because there's no agenda other than to give, to produce for a community that they love. Thank you, Ruth, for being an example to me, to our young people, to all of the citizens, residents here in San Benito County. Truly, you are a treasure to this county. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yes, we do have a few items. Want to mention to the board, we need to remove item 2.4 and 1.12 from the agenda. We'll be hearing that at a later date. Also, 2.1 on our regular agenda really needs to be heard at 11 a.m. We have Fish and Wildlife. They are available, but that's the only time that they're available. So I think it behooves us to have that item at that time. So if the board's okay with that, we appreciate that. Like to invite up Dr. Wayne Clark. He has a quick announcement regarding behavioral health.
thank you for having me. This is about my third month, I think, that I'm completing working with the behavioral health team, and I think that I just want to share my enthusiasm and their enthusiasm about how we're working on the organizational culture. We're collaborating more with other parts of the county. We're exploring our revenues so that we make sure that there aren't unspent funds. We might miss something happened in 2017 that none of us were around for, but other than that, we're really working to try to assure that funds that come to San Benito County stay in San Benito County and that are used for services that are so very much needed. We have an excellent team there. We've been recruiting new people. We've had about 9 hires in the last 3 months. We've put a couple of enhanced contracts out so that we can provide more clinical services. We have an RFP out right now that's going to expand that, and we're really looking forward to working with the board and the community on activities which think really will enhance the behavioral health services and promote emotional well-being in this community.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Appreciate that quick update. And what we'll do is we'll be coming back to your board with a more detailed update as well, and also too with regards to the organization itself, leadership, so on and so forth. So we'll be coming back to your board with that. And again, thanks again so much for helping us out, Dr. Clark. Want to invite up Steve Loop. Be serious. Public Works Administrator.
All right, good morning, Madam Chair and board members. I have 2 quick announcements from the integrated waste team at the RMA. So the first one pertains to our 2023 Earth Day celebration. It's going to occur on Saturday, April 22nd, downtown Hollister, between 11 and 2 p.m. And there'll be booths, games, art performances, free recycling programs, and the art poster contest winners from our youth. They do some sustainable Earth Day type posters, and so we're going to announce the winners for that competition at that day. And I'll put some flyers in the back, and we'll have some more updates. But April 22nd from 11 to 2 downtown. Just wanted to announce that. And then kind of on a related note, we just wanted to provide some recognition and kudos over to our team at Recology because of the recent storm events. They've helped quite a bit with curbside pickups of debris and providing dumpsters for debris, and that includes in various parts of the county, and they've been just a great partner in that effort. So I just wanted to say thanks to Recology, and then RMA and Public Works will have some additional announcements at the 11 o'clock update for storm and roads and fun stuff like that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Steve. And that's all the announcements we have, Madam Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, board announcements. Supervisor Zenger, do you maybe want to go first this time? Just mix it up today.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Got a couple of things. So last night I was at the Pacheco Stormwater meeting. It was good. It went well. I think we're making progress on things. And I know that the district is going to work to get the word out more to people, but I would just encourage everyone that's living out there in Lovers Lane, San Felipe area that's affected by the floods to try to attend the meetings because it's really informative. You get a firsthand take on what's going on, what's coming up, how we're going to, what's going on, what the status is with the levees and FEMA and everything. So I would encourage you to go, but it's going well. Quick shout out, went to the San Juan Arts and Craft Festival. It was a lot of fun. Just had to love it out there. And then the only other thing is I would like to, as a future agenda item, have an informational presentation and discussion on Santana Ranch in regard to the water runoff and the water basin situation with the opportunity to give board direction. I don't know if there's a second for that.
I'll second that.
Thank you. That's it. That's all I have today.
Thank you. Supervisor Curro?
I attended several committee meetings, but I have nothing to report at this time. So, and my future agenda item is an item that's on the agenda, so I'll hold that for that item. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I attended the Cesar Chavez walk with the chair, not with you, but we were both there on this weekend, and it was a great event, and it was just really nice to get out there and see all the people recognizing. I see Mickey Luna in the audience and her husband Vince, and just all the people recognizing this great civil rights leader. And it's just a very enthusiastic event, and there was just a lot of great positive attitudes out there about Cesar Chavez. So I was really happy to do that. I see Abraham Prado was there as well, and it was just a great turnout and really well organized. So thank you very much. And then as far as future items, as we know, the city of Hollister recently approved raising a pride flag for the month of June each year going forward. And on the heels of this, I'd like to propose that the county consider first off installing a community pole either outside the administration building or the old courthouse, that where we would allow community groups or causes to be recognized. And with that, I'd like to propose that we fly the pride flag each month in June going forward. And I'm hoping to get a second on that.
Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yes, it's been a busy couple of weeks. I attended the AAA meeting for the Alliance on Aging, and there's some serious things happening in Santa Cruz County regarding the senior citizen location. The site is owned by the school district, and it looks like the seniors in Santa Cruz County are going to be losing their senior citizen and their ability to eat in and have that social ability. So I'm hoping that make sure when they come and they ask for the county any kind of funding, that we make sure that we maintain ours. Our Jóvenes de Antaño just started having in-person eating back at the community center, and that is a program that I want to make sure that we're able to preserve here. There are a lot of seniors that are shut-ins as a result of the COVID lockdown. My mother being one of them, and I see her quality of life deteriorating. So I can only imagine other seniors that might be having that same effect. And so we need to make sure that we work with the city to make sure that the Jóvenes stays funded. I also attended a COG meeting, and we had some great updates on the road work. There is also on April the 1st is going to be an artist review of some of the work of the artists that have received the grants, and so I look forward to attending that. I believe it might be invitation only, and so I'm just putting the caveat out there. You might want to call the Arts Council to see if if you can attend if you're interested. But I look forward to having that artwork put up both in San Juan and Hollister, and then the highway beautification. I also attended the Resilience Network with First Five. There's wonderful things happening there. I can't wait till their projects come to fruition. I attended remotely the meeting that Supervisor Zanger mentioned, and one thing that I asked is that I concur with him that we do need more community involvement. We need to let the residents in that area know the meetings are happening. So I was wondering if maybe the county can look at possibly posting the meetings agenda. They're out there, some sort of bulletin board. If Dunville has a bulletin board, posting out there so that the residents, because those of you that are county residents that actually live in the county, in an unincorporated area, I don't know how often you come into town and look at hear the chambers and look at the board agenda, or even look online. There's a lot of people who don't have access to the internet out there, a lot of elderly, and when they go shopping at the market, they might be able to see the meetings that Dom and I attend, and so we can get more involvement. I also asked if that group, at least one person from that group, can attend the IRC meetings with the Cal OES folks, since that entity is going to be required to be partaking in some of whatever FEMA is going to suggest and fund for fixing the levee problems out there. So maybe the chair to attend if that's possible. I also attended a LAFCO meeting, and I know the chair, Supervisor Curl didn't mention it, but our executive director did resign. And so the LAFCO committee is going to be looking for a replacement for our LAFCO executive director. Yesterday, I attended a CSAC at home meeting again, and in about 2 weeks, they will have a press release for the counties so that we can go ahead and pass a resolution, proclamation to be able to support the at-home program. And so in about 2 weeks' time, I would hope that could be a future agenda item, that it's something that we can share with the community to get the support of. The at-home is a program, CSAC's trying to get legislative and funding from the state in order for all cities and counties to take their responsibility on addressing homelessness. And so it's something that we've been talking about for a couple of weeks. It will come public, but it will be something that is going to be big in the state of California. And if we are successful, California will be the first state in the union to bring something of this type addressing globally the homeless situation. For a future agenda item, I was hoping that maybe, and I understand this is a very precarious topic, but if the county can provide to the supervisors looking at healthcare coverage for the in-home healthcare workers, they have been coming to us for 2 years. We have the inside knowledge here of what's been told to us for the last 2 years regarding financing. I see the members are in the audience today, and I want the public to be able to hear our position, not just know we can't afford it, but I want to see numbers, so that way we can give the SEIU 2015 an official stance. And again, I know it's precarious in that that's an area for negotiation, but they've been coming here for a year, almost a year and a half, and let's give them some respect of their time, give them an answer of some sort, okay? That's it, thank you.
Okay, I don't have anything in addition to add, so we'll go ahead and move on to public comment. If there's any public comment that is items not on the agenda.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Rob Bernowski.
Good morning. One of the most bizarre things that I have witnessed in San Benito County is the situation involving Hazel Hawkins Hospital and the San Benito Health District. Having a hospital in San Benito County is as necessary as having law enforcement and fire resources, and it warrants all of our attention. The problem is the incredible lack of information from the board and the administration of the health district. Board members sit in silence unless seemingly forced to respond to people noting their silence. In the few instances where a question might be answered, all eyes go to legal counsel, sitting on the dais as if she were an elected official. Only upon her nod, which is infrequent, will there be a response, a vague one at that. In other weird behavior, the CEO initially refused to answer any questions about specifically who her reported weekly standing meeting with county leaders was with. Only when board member Devin Pack rescued the question could the fellow board members and the public get vague responses, such as saying it included the sheriff. It's still not clear as what his role is with the health district. At their most recent meeting, we learned that the district may have missed payroll tax withholding payments to the IRS. This is the most reckless behavior anyone can make, but it is about 60,000 times worse because it is a public entity. Another sign of the bizarreness we have to deal with is the whipsawing of information we get. We're authorizing bankruptcy. No, we're not. We're going to close. No, we're not. We need $10 million from the county. No, we found $11 million. As sure as I am standing here before you, there is something weird going on in that district. I am well aware of the bridges that I am burning if I am wrong. But absent the board defending their behavior, I am willing to risk it. I am taking that risk because I care about the community and the need for a hospital. The overall problem is the CEO and board of the healthcare district are asking us to trust them. They are all but saying outright that it is with a 100% certainty that a buyer is going to come in and take care of all the problems. quoting President Biden, come on, man. Let's not wait till it's too late and we lose our hospital and all the necessary services it provides the county as an operating entity and the community as a healthcare provider. Yes, it is complicated. Yes, it is not your jurisdictional issue. So you are limited to what you can do and how much liability you could create through sloppy deal making. But you can create pressure for their board to step aside and let others manage this mess. Getting their CEO, whoever that ultimately ends up being, in front of this board every 2 weeks to get an update would benefit the district, as they would be under pressure to be accountable, would get you assurance that progress is being made, and the public would be informed. If they choose not to show, that would speak volumes. Almost done. The health district does not get it. Everyone is talking about this, but no one knows what to do. I see no other path right now than for you as a board or as individuals force noses underneath their tent and bring some sanity to this crazy situation. Thank you.
Ted?
I came today to talk about rural home enterprise permits. I had to get one 28 years ago, had a hearing, had to go through all of the noise, traffic, all of these things, engineering, properties, 1 acre building envelopes, went through all of it. All of a sudden, this whole area in Fairview area is full of businesses coming in. Underground construction is one across the street from me. They came in, they've threatened, they've told us that we have no business telling them what to do. Then I go to the building department and I say, wait a minute, I had to get a permit, I had to have a hearing. They say there weren't hearings. Okay, then why are you allowing an underground construction company in an agricultural zoning? Then I was told they were given an exemption. Exemption for what? First off, I was never informed at 600 feet around the property that this was going on. Now all of a sudden, talking to other neighbors, this has been going on in different areas in this whole area. It's kind of hard on people to, I've paid my taxes, I've done all the things I'm supposed to do, to be treated like I was the one doing something wrong. Thing is I need to find out why in this building department, passing out permits and not checking on them, finding out if they're true, and just handing people to do things that aren't really legal on the permits. And basically, I'm just here to inform that that's what's going on, and I don't understand when and how this is going to be resolved. But the threats and the damage done to the roads are going to need to be addressed, and I'll be trying to deal with it as much as I can. Thank you very much.
Mickey?
Maria? Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Board of Supervisors. I'm Mickey Solorio Luna, and I'm here before you. And first and foremost, thank you for attending the Si Se Puede Walkathon. It's commemorative of San Benito County to recognize the fact that Cesar Chavez was here, is here, and is represented today again. So I'm here because I feel that the need to support a person like Maria. One person that gives of herself, and 14 total women farmers in San Benito County. Right now they're struggling, really struggling. They're in the labor camp. Their vehicles are in the mud. So you know what, I just feel that, you know how it goes. They say the buck stops here. Well, in this case, the buck begins here, in this room, in this chamber. Because after all, the work that we have done with them, the documentation that we have put together
from 14 families actually tell the story of the struggles of San Benito County. And I can tell you, in speaking with state agencies already and federal agencies, they're paying attention to us. And so I feel like this is San Benito County. The need is here. She has a very, very big need. And not only her, the children that have no transportation to North County schools, that they are all up in the migrant labor camp, and yet they only get one parking space, and yet they have to move those vehicles, take those children all the way to North County Springwell School. And we're looking at that too. So I just want to come before you to let you know that we are the Latino Coalition of San Benito County. We are together and we are moving forward. And I just feel like I want to come before you because I think it's time that somebody sits down and listens to them, because if we have a stack of concerns and of what is happening in North County and nobody else is listening, and yet when they go before a department and a department staffer is telling them that, oh, our director is too busy, you have to wait, he's got too many appointments and all that. Well, you know what? That's not acceptable either. It is not. This is our county. These are our people. These are the people that put food on tables. These are the people that give back to the community pantry, Hollister Outreach, so that distribution goes out to all the needy and the people in San Benito County. So therefore, I'm here to ask you to really consider Maria and her group of 14 women Latina farmers. You know, I don't know if you want to let her say anything at this time, or I don't know what she needs.
Tengo mi papel ahí, ¿puedo hablar?
¿Tienes tu papel?
Sí.
Okay, puedes
María.
hablar.
Sí. Ay, buenos días. Sí, claro, gracias. Gracias. Otra vez, muy buenos días, gracias por el espacio. Soy una de las familias beneficiadas ahora en el programa migrante. Solo estoy aquí para hablar algunos puntos que parecen insignificantes, pero si despertamos ese racionamiento humano, verán que es algo que tenemos que empezar persona por persona. Algo que me llamó mucho la atención cuando, después de haber firmado las regulaciones para estar dentro de las viviendas, dijo nada afuera de las ARVIs ni reciclaje. Entonces, después de firmar, pues yo firmé porque yo quería ya estar segura que iba a tener un lugar donde vivir. Más tarde estuve pensando y dije, pero si estamos siendo víctimas de el despertar de la madre tierra y ni así nos permiten reciclar, necesitamos tener un espacio para reciclar en nuestro espacio. Parece algo insignificante, pero es muy importante. Es el no tener una bicicleta para los niños, si estos cambios tan drásticos que están viviendo nuestros hijos, el moverse de un lado a otro constantemente. Mi hijo me pregunta, ¿y ahora dónde nos vamos a ir? ¿Y ahora dónde vamos a vivir? ¿Y de aquí a dónde? Entonces, porque él sabe que no tenemos nada de nosotros. Entonces, yo sí quiero pedirles que hagamos esta transición de los niños más saludable. O sea, que se nos permita tener una bicicleta de los niños, una pelota quizás afuera, porque es el futuro de nuestra comunidad, los niños. Quiero que esto sea más saludable para ellos. Los parking, que ya Miki tiene conocimiento, estamos en no pedimos nosotros ser una carga para el condado. Yo no pedí ser una víctima de los cambios climatológicos. Yo no pedí pagar las consecuencias por la inconsciencia humana. Yo no lo pedí. Yo estoy aquí por cosas del destino. La vida me está poniendo aquí. A mí no me gusta andar aquí. Yo prefiero agarrar un asadón y trabajar, cosechar calabazas, sembrar maíz. Ese es mi trabajo, ese es mi amor. Pero estoy aquí porque la vida y los cambios climatológicos me están poniendo aquí. Yo hago un pedido al razonamiento humano, seamos conscientes, empecemos a cuidar, ahora empecemos nosotros, empiezo yo, y por eso estoy aquí. También otro de los asuntos es, de los puntos, es de que pueden entrar el programa que nos tiene ahora a la hora que quieran. Yo creo que a pesar de que estamos bajo un programa que no somos dueños de nada, sí les pido por favor más respeto a nuestra privacidad, que entren, que nos avisen cuando van a entrar. En la vez pasada estuvieron entrando, encontraron niñas en sus cuartos, en ropas menores, encontraron a personas durmiendo. Por favor, pueden revisar las regulaciones que hay. No estamos pidiendo cosas de otro mundo, simplemente respeto. Respeto. Muchas gracias.
Madam Chair, if I may. Thank you. Maria Catalan, she has indicated, she thanks you for your time to begin with, and has indicated that they would like to awaken more of the human reasoning with their situation. After signing the regulations for them to be able to stay at the migrant camp center, she indicated that for her, she was just happy that she was able to find a home, so she signed off on it. But then she was thinking about some of those regulations, including not having an area to recycle at the place, and also not being able to do certain things out at the migrant camp center. And so she wants to just reassure that they are at this moment feel that are victims of the awakening of Mother Earth, and that it's not necessarily part of their fault. It's just the way that things have ended up, and that they actually need a place for them to be able to go out and recycle. They need a place for their children to be out, and they would like to have recreational things like at least balls and bicycles for them to be able to use. And that commonly her son asks, "Mom, where are we moving to? Where are we going to live?" Those are things that are going on a daily basis at the migrant camp center with the families, not only with Ms. Catalan. And the hope is to be able to have more of a healthy type of transition from the county to the families, especially in regards to the children, and permit to have a recycling area, permit to have bicycles and balls to play for the kids. She indicated that she did not ask to be a victim of climate. These are just consequences in large part as well of human error. She prefers to grab a backhoe and go out and work and harvest squash and other vegetables, as she has been doing pretty much a big portion of her life. And another point that she is urging the board to take a look at is to please consider their privacy. She's indicated that recently there has been inspectors that may be doing some work out there that have been coming into the properties without necessarily notifying, and have been coming in, and there's been some incidents where people are in the home sleeping, and another incident, there was a child with not fully dressed and with undergarment, and so they asked that there's please just notification at least and privacy for the families up at the Mary Camp Center. Muchas gracias.
Ana.
Buenos días. Hola, mi nombre es Ana. Trabajo en el programa de In-Home Support Service. Estoy en el distrito de Bea González y quiero agradecerle a ella por habernos demostrado hoy una preocupación hacia nosotros. Gracias. Espero el apoyo de todos los supervisores porque ya es tiempo para apoyar al In-Home Support Service. Ustedes siguen rechazando nuestras propuestas de seguro médico y sus decisiones están teniendo un impacto en la vida de muchos trabajadores. Algunos trabajadores se están quedando sin atención médica. En este momento no pueden ir al médico y corren el riesgo de enfermarse. Más otros pagan demasiado por el seguro que en realidad termina cubriendo muy poco. Y algunos trabajadores se dan cuenta que tienen que reducir sus horas para poder calificar para medical, que no es justo. Nosotros entendemos que el condado no puede ofrecer seguro médico a todos los trabajadores, pero es importante que el condado ofrezca a los que sí lo necesitan. Ya es tiempo que el condado crea un camino seguro médico para proveedores de In-Home Support Service. Gracias.
Hello, my name is Ana. I work in the IHSS program, and I am in Bea Gonzalez's district. I want to say thank you to Bea for having shown us some concern for us this morning. And I hope that we can have the support of all the supervisors because it is now time to support IHSS home care providers. You all have continued to reject our proposals for health insurance, and your decisions are having a really big impact on the lives of many workers. Some workers are without health care in this moment. They can't go to the doctor, and they run the risk of getting more sick. Others pay way too much for insurance that in reality ends up not covering, that ends up covering very little. And some workers realize that it makes more sense to reduce the hours that they're working to be able to qualify for Medi-Cal, which is not fair. We understand that the county cannot offer health insurance for every worker, but it is important that the county offers it to those who really need it. It is time that the county creates a pathway to health care for home care providers. Thank you.
Charlie Walker.
Hello and good morning, Madam Chair and the members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Charlie Walker II. I'm actually from Santa Cruz County, but like many of the people who are here in this room today, I am a home care provider, doing home care work that is essential, rewarding, and at times difficult, and many providers have hours much longer than what goes on their timesheet, and work can be mentally and physically draining. Across California, we are all doing the same thing. We're making sure that the elderly and the people with disabilities can continue to live comfortably and stay healthy in their own homes. So I ask you, why is it that across California, people don't have the same pay and benefits? I mentioned I am from Santa Cruz County, and we also have some joining from Monterey County here today. And I believe we are blessed that we have board supervisors who have prioritized home care workers and helped us get health insurance in those two counties. We have recently spoken with Wendy Root and Luis Alejo from Monterey and Felipe Hernandez from Santa Cruz about the situation that's going on here in San Benito. And they all agree that IHS providers deserve health care. Let me say that again. They all agree the IHSS providers deserve health care. So we are here today to make sure that you create a pathway along the journey of home care workers from San Benito. Thank you, and thank you for your time.
Vicente?
I almost forgot. I put myself too. I just wanted to, well, first, I'm going to share a letter of support that we have from the South Bay Labor Council. I meant to bring you all copies, but I left them on my desk before we left this morning. So I'll make sure those get out to you all. This is from the South Bay Central Labor Council. Dear San Benito Board of Supervisors, on behalf of the South Bay Labor Council, which represents over 100,000 members across San Benito and Santa Clara counties, I write in support of local IHSS providers. As the pandemic continues, it is critical we support the safety of our essential workers and those who are giving care to the most vulnerable. Every worker, black, white, brown, Asian, Pacific Islander, deserves a strong contract and healthcare benefits. We believe that by investing in the health and welfare of IHSS providers, we can ensure the highest quality of care in San Benito County. The South Bay Labor Council is an advocate of the IHSS providers in San Benito County and asks the Board of Supervisors to prioritize the heroes that take care of our most vulnerable community members. These professionals deserve respect and dignity in the workplace, livable wages, and benefits that will help them take care of their families and stay safe and healthy. As an organization representing thousands of union members in San Benito County, we know that it is essential for our communities that the IHSS program receives increased funding so its workers can continue to offer excellent care and provide for their families. As policymakers, you set the standard for supporting the dignity of San Benito IHSS providers by ensuring that they receive family-sustaining wages and have safe working conditions. The South Bay Labor Council supports healthcare for San Benito IHSS providers through their ongoing bargaining with SEIU 2015. Please act so that IHSS providers can continue to be partners in advancing the dignity of our seniors, people with disabilities, their caregivers, and this community. And so just like, want to add a little bit from myself. My notes unfortunately disappeared. I just want to say and reiterate what some of the folks who came up and spoke were saying. Just this is about really creating a pathway to healthcare for home care providers. There's always talks about, you know, not having enough funding, and then we'll see a crisis happen, and then there has to be emergency funding put into this kind of stuff, right? And so it's really time that we support home care workers who across California are majority women of color, who are always the ones getting left behind, right? Not just in this situation with healthcare right now, but we've seen it with the rains that we've been having in San Benito and Santa Cruz. We've seen who gets impacted the most by lack of investment. And so it is time to create a pathway to healthcare. It is time to provide this for healthcare workers who are taking care of, like we've been saying, the most vulnerable people in our communities. The work that our members do is crucial. It is essential. It is work that is going to have to continue to get funding in the future, right? And so I just really hope that the Board of Supervisors can take home care providers into consideration as we continue our negotiations. Thank you.
Rosalina? Rosalind Hernandez?
Good morning. I came with Maria Catalan. I'm leaving the RVs, and also I came to speak for one of the neighbors because the maintenance guy, they opened the door, they had keys, and they opened the door and they saw her little girl in underwears, and she was crying for to see the incident, and she told me she's working right now, and she told me go speak for me because that's not good. And also another lady, she told me the same thing. She was in the shower, and the guy, they opened the door. They go inside. They had the keys, and I think that's not good for everybody. We need privacy. At least they had to ask, oh, we're going tomorrow in the morning at 10, be ready, we're gonna be over there. They need to ask permission to go inside. And they don't ask, they just open the door and they go inside. And also for the parking lots, we need 2 cars over there because my husband, he work and he go in the morning, and then me, I had to take my girls to school. One she go to high school and one they go to Spring Grove. We need 2 cars. And also there's a lot of parking lot for 2 cars, so it's fine. The way we parking is fine. We don't block the street. We don't. It's fine. We parking like we talk to everybody, and we're gonna park like this, and everybody is parking that way, and it's a lot of space. A lot of space. They fit more cars, and we don't block the street. So I think it's fine to have at least 2 cars, and that's why we came here to ask for the parking lot and for privacy for us. And thank you for the RVs. That's all.
Elias Salinas.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. I'm not going to repeat because that was one of the calls that I made yesterday. My first call was to Enrique Arriola's office. Nobody answered. I didn't even get a voicemail. Then I made a call to the county office here, administrative office. And I also made a later call trying to reach out to get some help with regards to these people coming into the buildings without giving any kind of notice. And I reached out, not knowing who to reach out. Nobody was there. I know that the CAO was busy trying to get today. I also reached out to a planning director, Mr. Arriola, Prado as well. So with regards to what's going on there, and I've been saying this for months, where is behavioral health? Okay. On Saturday at 1:25 in the afternoon, I received a text message from Sarah Nordwick at the Community Food Bank that there was a woman that desperately needed counseling at the moment. There's been others. There's no counseling for the children. At 1:25, Mike Salinas responded and said, I'm calling her right now. Okay. After he had a phone call with Sarah Nordwick, he called the individual person that needed the counseling. Where is behavioral health? For months and months and months, they have not been there to offer any counseling for these individuals that have lost everything, especially the children that have been misplaced. I have a warehouse that I have a hold of a warehouse, and I'm asking for toys for the kids. If there's bikes out there they want to donate, I gave my number last week. I'll give it again, 831-537-7312. I will be taking donations this Saturday from 12:30 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon at 1402 Orchard Road. We need to get an independent review of the response that has occurred regarding this. Independent. Do not allow the fox to make its own review of itself in the chicken coop, okay? Where's my time? Behavioral health, I'm back again on behavioral health, and there's a couple of items. Is there a policy in place where behavioral health is reviewing their policies with all these outside counseling services, a policy that they will be able to bring back those services? How can we provide those services here in county? Every time we hear, I know that they said they hired somebody, but every time we hear it's like we don't have the resources here. What is their plan? What is a policy so that we can try to get those resources that are available here? We've got Amy Bravo and Mike Salinas that instantly were there. Why can't a community benefit that has been here for decades not provide the same services for these people? Thank you.
Valerie Eglin.
Thank you, and good morning, everybody. It's hard to follow the difficulties that there are in the county right now. I mean, to follow with information about parks. It seems to be a misperception that I am Reach San Benito Parks Foundation, and that if I were to go away, it wouldn't be there. And so I felt it would be important to let you know what our board is made of and what we do. So we have a working board of 6 people, including myself. I am responsible for outreach. That's why I'm the one assigned to be here. That's why I'm usually the only face of Reach. Robin Pollard is our watchdog with City Parks and Rec and interfaces with the advocacy there. Anita Kane is director of the Historic Park for the Historic Society, and she interfaces with Public Works on all things out at that park. So then Kim Johnson, she is our Anza Trail Committee Chair, and she keeps the trail and volunteers in touch with Public Works. It's the eyes on the trail, and we interface with Monterey County in that situation. Ophelia Prieto is our Safe Kids advocacy person, and we work with her on Kids at the Park. Then we've got Amber Cameron with Hollister City Planning, who gives us advice as to where parks are going for the city. So that's the one reason why I'm usually the only person here. Sometimes they will come with me if I drag them along, but they have their niche that they prefer to be in, and so I just want to clarify. And to go back on the Monterey County, I had advised you that I met with Supervisor Glenn Church. He had no idea that that side, Monterey County, had anything to do with the Stage Road, the parks, the Bi-County Park. And when I gave him the information from Richard Place, he was totally surprised, and that came back to me again as I went to the Gateway Partners at the Pinnacle National Park. Tim Reagan is the head of the Pinnacles Foundation, and he used to work as a planner for Monterey County and San Benito also. So he said he had information from there. He had inquiries about what is this park about. And so it's obvious that we need to stay in communication with Monterey County on that park that is part theirs and ours. Thank you.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good morning. My name is Yareni Jones. I just wanted to quickly give a little briefing. I know that Dom Zanger, thank you for giving that follow-up on the Storm District's meeting yesterday that was held. But I just wanted to bring up to the board a concern not only for Lover's Lane, but just all along the creek. We all know that our creeks are really bad. We have a lot of debris. And I was just wondering if we can, as a county, have something set to see what we're going to be doing for cleaning out the creeks. We know that Fish and Wildlife has given a green light, but I feel that as a county, as a board, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, because there's a historic pattern that one thing is said and then, it doesn't get followed through, or it gets swept under the rug, or it just gets missed altogether. So I just want to make sure that we are aware that these creeks need to be cleaned out. And what are we doing? What's the plan of action? We need big machinery. So who is calling? I know Steve's working on it, but we just need to have something on the paper, on the calendar, not a can we get it. It has to be a must, because that debris is going to be pushing up against the bridge, and it's going to cause a bigger problem. And again, please let not San Benito County be a reactive county, but let's be a county that is on top of things and actually does preventative things, so that we're not constantly trying to climb out of deep holes. So that was what I wanted to bring up to the board. Thank you for your time.
No further comments.
Madam Chair, can I ask that we have some sort of status update on the concerns that were brought up about the folks living in the privacy and all the issues that Maria brought up, and Mickey and the other speaker as well, and have something either reported back to the board, or else if there's interest in having an ad hoc that can more directly
I would
follow
second
through on
that, yeah. Some of the comments concerned me terribly, especially somebody walking into somebody's home, because for 6 months, that is their home, and tenants have rights, and those rights are being violated significantly by this county.
Yeah, we plan to work on that as soon as we're done with this meeting, so I'll get on it. And we can report back to the board.
Thank you.
And Madam Chair, the possibility of an ad hoc, I think we have to look at, the 6 months is gonna happen real fast. And I think we need to work as a board and a community on what's next, because it isn't necessarily within our wheel well of solving the problem, but we can facilitate in getting options and connecting the community with potential housing issue. I mean, I feel like we need to work a little more on collaborating and communicating and understanding what we can do as a board versus what next steps are available and what services are available. So I think an ad hoc would be beneficial to also address that, if you'd be interested.
So do you want an ad hoc dealing with like the housing, or was it an ad hoc dealing with the creek cleanup?
No,
Or
not
kind
the
of-
creek cleanup. It's definitely with the temporary housing out at the farm labor camp, and what the next steps are for those individuals, and what the state has available and what we don't have available or do have available, because I know there's gonna be something that needs to happen within the 6 months, and if we wait until the end of the 6 months, then we have another problem. And I don't want it to be where we didn't actually sit down and try and address this.
Okay.
And some of it is communication and connectivity of services, and some of it is out of our area, but some of it is where we can at least connect them.
Okay. All right. So is there people that would like to sit on that ad hoc committee? Any supervisors that would like to sit?
Since it's in my district right now, I don't mind sitting on it at all.
Okay. Thank you.
I would like to sit on that with her.
Okay. So we'll have an ad hoc dealing with the kind of housing issues for the families affected by the flood. That will be Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Curro. You guys okay with that? Yeah.
And do we need to agendize that, or is that something we can?
Future agenda item?
We were gonna clarify it in the next board rules when they come out about the chair's authority. Traditionally, like how traditionally, the chair can appoint ad hocs as long as there's no statutory requirement that it be appointed by the whole board. But recently, we have been doing most of the ad hocs by board approval. I'll throw it out there to the board about whether you want to agendize it at a future meeting or just proceed with this ad hoc as the way it's stated.
I suggest we just proceed on it. This is something, like, this 6 months is gonna go fast. The problem exists now, and it needs to be addressed.
And we are going to clarify that at the next rules because it's a little bit vague.
I would say proceed and then clarify, and going forward after that.
Madam Chair, make your decision.
Okay, so we'll have an ad hoc committee dealing with this housing. Supervisor Gonzalez and Supervisor Curro will be sitting on that. Thank you.
Thank you for that.
Okay, all right. Thank you for all of the public comments. Okay, so let's go ahead and move to the consent agenda. Do we have any public comment for consent agenda items?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No comments. Oh, Elia? Is that a 1 or a 4?
No, that's closed session.
Oh, can I get another one? Maybe?
I gave you 3.
Yes, you did.
Okay, I'm here. Okay, good morning. Again, I'm going to phrase or that you have 1.3 and 1.4. This is behavioral health department under Mr. Espinoza, the CAO. I mentioned it last time. There's also 1.5. It's my understanding, I apologize, I have a tick-tock in my mouth. It is my understanding that we have a director now. That is the director of behavioral health. Mr. Espinoza is a busy man as a CAO. I'm not understanding why it is, before we had Mr. Yamamoto come forth with all these, why is it that the CAO is the one who's putting in these requests instead of having the new behavioral health director do this? Again, I mentioned earlier, is there a policy in place, a public policy, or is there talks about putting a policy in place with regards to the budgets that is allocated to each individual of these, and you add them all together, we're talking millions of dollars that are leaving San Benito County. How many of those can actually be brought into San Benito County so that we can have immediate services instead of these individuals having to wait in line to get a service? I had a friend, she was on medication, and they would give her a prescription for 3 months, 90 days. And her medication would run out within those 90 days, and she was out of medication because she had to make an appointment with a psychiatrist who, instead of at 90 days out beforehand having made an appointment for her, and they said, no, you have to call back later. I don't know if that policy has changed. She no longer lives in San Benito County, but there are issues within that department, and I know that we have a new person in charge, and I hope that it's going to be changing. But more importantly is, with regards to these items, is the fact that the monies are going out of county, and there's got to be a way for us to, I mean, and there's a shortage statewide, I totally get it, and it's, you know, with everybody on employment, you know, trying to find people with experience. I mentioned that I had a student reach out to me, and she wanted to do her internship here in San Benito County. I did not say that behavioral health didn't have licensed individuals that are offering services. What I said, and should have been understood by behavioral health department, is they do not have staff that actually has, and for a better word, I don't know what the word is, but they don't have that credential. And at that time I said licensing, but I meant credential, that an intern can come in under behavioral health, whatever department, whatever category it is, so that those interns, if we have one intern that I'm aware of, how many other interns have been turned down? Okay, we have students in our county that are wanting to come forward to do this. I also wanted to make a comment with regards to 1.6, the approval appointment of Celeste Toledo Bocanegra to the Planning Commission. I think that she is a great candidate. I think that you should go ahead and you should consider this without any questions to it. Throughout she and I do have opposite opinions on certain things, but at the end of the day, she knows what it's like to not be able to afford a house. And I've spoken to her, and she's very interested in wanting to have policies within the planning department and approval of affordable housing. We lack affordable housing, and that's one of the subjects that we talked about, and it's very important. Economic development is also very important to her, and I hope that it goes without any kind of a flaw. Then you appoint Celeste Toledo Bocanegra as a planning commissioner for District 5. Thank you.
We have no further comments.
Thank you. Okay, bringing it back to the board for consent. Are there any items you'd like to pull? Supervisor Gonzalez, we'll start with you.
No, I have none, thank you.
Supervisor Kozmicki?
Just 1.10, please. 1.10.
Thank you. Supervisor Curro?
I don't have any.
Supervisor Zenger?
No.
I don't have any. So we will pull item 1.10 for after regular agenda. And at this time, if we can take a 5-minute recess.
Wait, we need to
Will you
approve
please approve the,
Yeah, sorry. I always forget that part.
I was going to make
Sorry.
a motion.
And I even wrote it down this time. Sorry.
To approve the consent items, all of them with the exception of 1.10, and then, of course, 1.12 that was pulled.
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
She would have been great.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and go to our regular agenda. We are going to skip right to and go 2.2. 2.1 will be heard at 11 o'clock. Fish and Wildlife will be calling in, so we want to accommodate for that time. So let's go ahead and start with item 2.2, receive and adopt the 2022 Housing Element Annual Progress Report.
Hello, supervisors. Good morning. It's actually good morning, I can say that. Nice to see you all again. Stephanie Reck, Assistant Planner, Honorary Housing Coordinator, here to present to you the Housing Element Report. So let's get into it. So I'm going to share with you the Housing Element Report today, but first I would like to provide a small overview of what the Housing Element is itself. So the Housing Element is one of the components of the General Plan and is updated more frequently than the General Plan. So in comparison, the Housing Element is updated every 8 years and the General Plan is updated every 20 years. The Housing Element is used to identify adequately zoned sites to meet the share of regional housing needs at all income levels. It is used to develop strategies to provide for and meet those housing needs. The Housing Element includes the Regional Housing Needs Allocation, otherwise known as RHNA, which is the state's projected housing needs to accommodate various income categories. So the Housing Element also provides identification and analysis of existing and projected housing needs. It includes a statement of goals and policies, financial resources, and quantified objectives related to our housing needs. So it also includes the preservation, improvement, and development of housing. So here's an overview of the goals that are in our Housing Element. So goal 1 is to stimulate the availability of housing. Goal 2 is to promote adequate housing, adequate development of housing. Goal 3 is to encourage the preservation and maintenance of housing. Goal 4 is to assure equal housing opportunities. And Goal 5 is to establish energy conservation. So we're currently nearing the end of our 5th cycle of the Housing Element, which spanned from 2015 to 2023. Subsequently, we are gearing up for our 6th Housing Element, which will run from 2023 to 2031. So what is the Housing Element Progress Report? Annually, our jurisdiction is required to submit this report, which details the status and progress we have made in implementing our Housing Element. This report details project applications, issued building permits, certificates of occupancy, annexations, and changes of public land during the calendar year. Once the report is complete, it is to be submitted to the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and to the California Department of Housing and Community Development on April 1st of each year. The report was presented to the Housing Advisory Committee on February 13th and to the Planning Commission on February 15th of 2023. So in regard to the 6th cycle Housing Element timeline, the county has approved the application for the LEAP Local Early Action Planning Grant, which will assist in the Housing Element update. The county signed a contract with the state in May of 2021 and received $65,000 in LEAP funding. In September of 2021, COG received the RHNA determination of 5,005 units for our 3 jurisdictions. Then in October of 2022, COG adopted their methodology for RHNA, allocation per jurisdiction and income level. This methodology was approved by the State Department of HCD in November of 2022 and was dispersed to our 3 jurisdictions. So in December, the county posted a request for qualifications, an RFQ, to work with a consultant to update the Housing Element. We have received 1 application and 2 other consultants have confirmed they are going to submit their applications. We will be bringing a contract to the board as soon as possible for the Housing Element update, and we also anticipate reviewing workforce housing in that update. And so here is option F, the methodology that was adopted by COG. So if you look at the column on the right marked RHNA, you will notice a total of 5,005 units were allocated to our 3 jurisdictions. Unincorporated county has been allocated 754 of those units, to be broken down as 246 units for very low income, 198 units for low income, 103 units for moderate income, and 207 units for above moderate income. Additionally, the county is required to report on extremely low-income units, which is a default number that is typically 1/2 of your low-income units. So in other words, we will be required to report on an additional 123 extremely low-income units, which is not captured in this breakdown. Okay, so as a part of our housing element, the county has updated our inclusionary housing ordinance, which requires new construction to provide affordable units at 15% or 20% to moderate income levels. For some historical perspective, the inclusionary housing program was enacted in 2004, and the county had a 30% requirement with the option to pay in lieu fees until 2009, when the inclusionary housing program was repealed and replaced with a density bonus incentive program, most likely due to the recession. The county used this state law incentive-based system until 2016, when it adopted Ordinance 951, which reinstated the inclusionary requirement at 15% on-site and 20% off-site. This ordinance has gone through subsequent revisions in 2020 and most recently in 2023. Additionally, an in lieu fee was updated and adopted by the board to the master fee schedule. And this is a $30 per square foot fee to be applicable to fractional units and developments of 5 to 10 units. So in 2022, we successfully completed our housing feasibility study, in lieu fee analysis, and ordinance amendments, which were officially adopted in 2023. So as of February 2023, all development applications submitted to the county have to comply with the most recently amended ordinance. And so, here's a snapshot of unit development which has been completed in the county since 2015. And before I continue, I would just like to make one point clear. The county as an entity are only required to plan for these units. We are not required to build these units. In other words, the county must plan for the development of units but are not required to fund the construction of those units, as funding and development of this nature is typically done on a case-by-case basis through individual applications. This is how we meet our RENA needs and other general plan elements. So essentially what this means is if there are no development project applications being approved, we cannot meet our RENA needs. And at this time, there are no development applications in the pipeline for housing that would trigger the inclusionary requirement that haven't been otherwise approved or denied. So with that in mind, in 2022, a total of 2 units were constructed in the very low income category and a total of 10 units in the low income category. These are phase 2 of Riverview 2. Phase 1 of Riverview 2 is captured in 2021 with 4 units in the very low income category and 8 units in the low income category. Now, moderate income units were permitted or granted, no moderate units were permitted or granted their certificate of occupancy in 2022. However, 160 above moderate units were constructed. The green cells on the right show how many units we have remaining per our RENA allocation. So you will notice that we have not progressed very far in below moderate income levels. In the above moderate category, you will notice the opposite. 1,070 units were constructed when we were only required to plan for 355. So our total RENA allocation is 837 split up among the different income categories. So do I have any questions about this information before I move on to staff recommendation? Okay. So staff requests that the Board of Supervisors accepts the recommendation of the Housing Advisory Committee and the Planning Commission to accept and adopt the 2022 Housing Element Annual Progress Report. And following board action, it will be submitted to both the Governor's Office of Planning and Research and the State Department of Housing and Community Development. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any public comment?
In chambers, please forward a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Okay, bring it back to the board. Anybody like to start? No? Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things just to piggyback back on some of the subject matter. One, I think those numbers tell the story as far as where we're at in this county and the challenges we face, and that we're building too many single-family homes in the last 7-8 years, and we're not building nearly enough affordable housing. And so I would like to see more of an emphasis from this board going forward on really focusing on how we get to actually building, working with nonprofit developers and building in higher volume numbers when it comes to affordable housing, and not necessarily just relying on a percentage of subdivisions being affordable. And I know that's something that Chair of the Planning Commission, Robert Gibson, I don't mean to speak for you, but we share that viewpoint that we really need to have a plan for how do we attract partners when it comes to larger volume affordable housing, true affordable housing in the county. So I'm hoping we can find a path to that here as a board. And then just, I appreciate the clarification on RENA that it does not require you to build units. It requires you to zone for them or plan for them, and that's often a mischaracterization that is, frankly, that is repeated over and over again by what I would say is the pro-single-family housing contingent in the community. It just needs to be underscored once again. We are not required to build housing. We are required to zone for it in the county. And then I just want to point out the 754, I believe, was the zoning, or 750 something, the zoning number, the requirement. To be upfront, I was on COG in 2021 when the RENA was proposed and was eventually approved, and I can tell you that when it was initially proposed, the numbers that were initially presented to the COG board in 2021, the county's allocation was much, much higher. We did have the 5,005, which is they weren't going to budge on that, frankly, the state, and so the county's number was actually over 2,000, and I very strongly advocated for at least having a shift to that number so that the county's responsibility was much, much lower than it initially was, over 2,000, and now we see it's 750, which is good to see. And then that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Curro?
I'm just going to say I completely agree with Supervisor Kosmicki, and I'd like to have a extended conversation about where we could go with that and connecting with outside developers for affordable housing.
Supervisor Zenger, do you have any?
Obviously, agree with what was said previously. You said we required 335 above moderate. Was that the number?
Okay, are you talking about the report for 2022 or what we have to do next year?
The report.
For 2022?
Yes.
Okay, ask the question again.
How many above moderate? I see we built 1,070, right? How many were required?
We were only required to build 355. We were only required to plan for 355.
Okay, so we got more than 700, right?
We
Extra?
massively exceeded 355 units, yeah.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I just kind of do want to add, I'm glad that you all agree that we need to move forward, but there was a project that was brought to this board that met all of these requirements, and we all defeated it, or you all defeated it. And so if we're really going to be genuine in our words that we need to focus on affordable homes, then we have to look at all projects. We have to make sure that we don't make decisions that are going to dissuade developers that want to come to the community and build affordable homes. We need to make it welcoming and inviting. I don't even want to touch on the market rate homes because above market, because we all know there's far too many, but we need to make sure that we are inviting those developers that want to come and work with us to help us meet our RENA numbers. And some of the comments from this board in the past have not been genuinely supportive of that. So let's not talk from both sides of our mouths. Let's be honest, put our money where our mouth is, and move forward. And I would suggest we approve this today.
Thank you for all of the board comments. I agree. I think affordable housing is critical, and I know I've been kind of working on some different projects with staff and looking at some grants and talking with different nonprofits, and so I think it definitely it is a priority for me, and it's exciting to see some of the movement that staff has been working really hard on, and so I'm ready to accept and adopt. So would somebody like to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion that we approve this per staff recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So 5-0. Thank you,
you.
Stephanie. Okay, let's go ahead and move on to item 2.3, please. This one now will be receive and adopt the 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report.
Hi, good morning. How's everyone doing? I'm excited to be here and just kind of go through a few highlights on the 2022 General Plan Annual Progress Report. And again, thank you, Stephanie, for all your work on the Housing Element Progress Report. So just a brief overview. I'm sure the board's pretty familiar with it, but for the public, the General Plan is essentially our constitution for land use. It's where all government decisions affecting land use come from. It's comprehensive for 20 to 30 years. It includes policies, diagrams, objectives, principles, standards, and then, like I'm here today, we report on it annually. The elements include land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, noise and safety, and as Stephanie highlighted, the housing portion is updated more frequently on an 8-year basis that we'll be getting into this year. The board has actually, approved staff to work on a few general plan amendments, but for the general public, when we adopt or amend the general plan, it includes tribal consultation. It needs to go to planning commission with workshops, noticing, resolutions, and recommendations that ultimately come here to the board. Public hearing for the board, and if any changes are made, it goes back to planning commission, and then adoption by resolution. It could be combined with other land use approvals to provide consistency. For example, if a tentative map subdivision also needed a zone change, that would be an example. And then it's subject to initiative or referendum by the petition of registered voters. So what is the General Plan Annual Progress Report? It's basically each jurisdiction is required to complete this report and our progress and implementation under all of those programs and elements under the general plan. So there are 3 elements within our general plan that are not required by the state. Those are economic development. Our county prioritizes that and report on it. And then public facilities and services element and administration element. And then, like Stephanie mentioned, this report's then submitted to OPR and HCD. These are the 11 sections that are required to be within the annual progress report and was included in the board today. So some of our highlights, we greatly appreciate all the board's input last year and the planning commission's input and the public's input, and we finally adopted a zoning code update. That a comprehensive one hadn't been done in 40 years, so we greatly appreciate all of the hard work that went into that. Again, we have this ongoing work being done on our habitat conservation plan and natural community conservation plan that we call the San Benito County Conservation Plan. And then our public works administrator is doing a lot of hard work with our Riverview Regional Park. And if you go onto our website now, because it had been one of the recommendations from the board to prioritize this last year, and it definitely come from our realtors and stuff as well, was our commercial industrial sites database. And so those are live, they've been live. And if you go on our website, under geographic information systems, and then you can find those web pages there and see, all the different sites for that in the county. And then you've heard many presentations from our Director Abraham on all of the planning applications we've been working on, staying very, very busy. And so that's just, continuing progress. I did want to highlight a few things that came through our discussion when we brought this to Planning Commission, and I thought it would be important, to let the board know what the commission, priorities might be coming up for 2023. So the first one is the urban and agricultural buffer requirement. On the March 14th meeting, the board did give permission for staff to start working on general plan amendment for looking at all of our ag policies, and to apply for the SALT grant. So that, one of those policies is this, and so that is going to be, we'll be applying for that grant this year, and hopefully by the end of the year, we'll have some good news to report back on. The Right to Farm and Ranch Ordinance, it's been a while since this was adopted and looked at, so staff can connect with the Agricultural Commissioner and see if any updates might be needed, but they want us to take a look at that as well. Of course, like I mentioned, our element, our general plan includes an element all on economic development, and Planning Commission priority and the board's priority is to really look at our economic development strategy. There was SEDS that was approved by our Economic Development Council last year, and so I think one of the things we're going to work on is getting a presentation. You know, the Planning Commission requested, and if the board would like, we can bring one to you as well. And then both the sheriff and fire department standards were brought up to more on the staffing ratios. They were really wanting to look at the staffing ratios. It's not exactly a planning department, but I will be, you know, passing the message on here and to those departments. And then digital government. We are ever continuing to digitize everything and make everything available to the public. And so that is a continued ongoing process. And so, but to keep prioritizing that. Community Wildfire Protection Plan. We're going to take a look at it. Some of the comments were more about insurance being dropped, and so it's, so that one we'll try to do a little more digging and figure out what exactly was going on. But that's another priority of a policy to take a look at. And then 5-year general plan review. You know, really, you know, we're working on 2 different general plan amendments. One is for our study areas, and the other is, you know, really looking at our ag policy and our natural and cultural resources element and our land use element, and then and just continue to look at what else needs to be updated. And again, the same recommendation to adopt our general plan annual progress report and then submit it to the state Housing and Community Development, State Office of Planning Research. I am happy to take questions.
Thank you for the presentation. Do we have any public comment?
On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, please forward a speaker card. No comments.
Thank you. Does the board have any comments or questions? Supervisor Gonzalez?
Yeah, I know at one point we were talking about eliminating the communities of interest on the general plan. This board talked about it, you know, preventing housing specifically out on 25. Is that something that has been addressed already in here, or?
That is in progress, and we're working to be bringing it to Planning Commission between April to May right now is where it's tracking, and then after that be coming to the board. So you'll see it before second quarter's up.
So then would we get an update on that, whether we decide to adopt it or leave it in the general plan?
Yes.
Okay, because I just want to make sure it's being addressed. No questions other than that. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Kozmicki?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a few things. Just overall, wondering if there's a timeline on when we might start the process of reviewing and potentially updating the general plan as a board. I know we have the update that's staff initiated. I want to make sure that we don't use up our 4 updates, and I know we didn't do any last year, but just to make sure we keep that in our back pocket, because it sounds like we're going to be doing a couple updates here potentially separately. But is there a timeline on when we might be able to start that process and sort of you know, develop the direction that we want to take and how we're going to do that?
So you can have 4 general plan amendments per year. So we'll have one coming, and it does, take time to work on any of it. I don't see us having any issue with, continuing work. We just need direction on what specifically you want us to look at.
And that's I think that's probably an initial conversation we'll want to have, and then, like I said, set out a path to what process we want to take to actually refining. I think as a board, we're going to want to go through it at some point here relatively soon, I would hope, and sort of share our views on what areas to potentially have as pieces of discussion, and then to set the process out, how we want to do that, and then come back at some point and hopefully approve a larger general plan revision as well. So I would just want to say, just as soon as we can start that process, and the board has some time. Obviously, we're all going to have to go through the general plan again for me. It's a lot of fun, and just sort of take those notes and have that conversation, and then if we can have some help from staff as far as what would be the best direction to take as far as the process goes.
Yeah, staff's happy to meet and work, or even bring another item to the board.
And do we want to do that with the upcoming update, or is that urgent where we want to just get that one done and then we can move on to the broader update?
You know what, that's coming along. I say let's finish what we started, and we can work on other, and maybe kind of we can meet with the different supervisors and come up with a list of some of the things as you go through.
Okay, and then just real quick, some of the items, obviously, a general plan is an ambitious plan, and we're not going to get to all of it at once, but I would like to see us prioritize some of the initiatives within the general plan, some of the goals, I guess, as far as what we want to actually tackle, in order, because some of them I think are more important, like the tourism strategy, economic development. For me, hopefully more of a focus on tourism and how we better promote Pinnacles. And I know I brought that up as a future agenda item as far as officially branding San Benito County as home of Pinnacles National Park. But I guess we can do that when we get to the revision, but I'm hoping that we can also, during this process, give direction to staff as far as priorities on which of these initiatives we want to tackle first. And that one should be toward the top to me. And then the signage and wayfinding jumped out. I think we can do a lot of good things that we're not doing, and do a lot more working with Caltrans and 101. I've always thought, there's a lot of opportunity there as far as maybe doing a monument sign or something like that. And then commercial industrial database, thank you so much for doing that. And I know the prior board, that was a big emphasis when we worked on economic development. I just think that's something we should really embrace and promote, and maybe working with our PIO's office and in some way maybe engaging with the news organizations on, letting the public know. Did a quick look at the website. The website's got so much stuff on it, so it's hard to find. If you could maybe direct me to that later. I couldn't find it right away, but that's something where we could promote that sort of thing on social media or through the news, and so people know that we really have that available. And the county, the part about, this comes back to the initiative part. Another example is that it includes this: the county should review and update the bikeway and pedestrian master plan every 10 years, and then it's noted that it hasn't been updated since '09. So we're just tracking a little behind on a few of these things, and I'm just hoping that we can give staff direction on how to prioritize those. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair?
Thank you. Supervisor Crowe?
I agree completely with Supervisor Kosmicki, but I'd like to make a recommendation of, we had a meeting scheduled with our joint meeting of RMA Planning Commissioner and Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, and that was for just one particular project. I'd like to bring that back to the board as a optional meeting to do it, to discuss the general plan, zoning amendments, and ensuring economic development is moving forward collaboratively. So if we could bring that back.
I'll second that, because I thought maybe that primary reason why the meeting was canceled, why we couldn't continue with the meeting on that same line of discussion. And I was disappointed that we couldn't put it back on the calendar. So I would definitely second that.
Okay, we'll get it scheduled. My only other question for you, real quick, the wildfire portion that you had in there, the wildfire planning, I'm getting a lot of feedback, especially in South County, because of the storms and the amount of, grass that's going to be growing because of all of this wonderful rain? And how are we planning, and what is our role as the county in working with CAL FIRE and, Hollister Fire, and ensuring that we are being very proactive to limit wildfires in our community? Because I'm very concerned about this summer and what may happen.
Yeah, I know, CAL FIRE and Hollister Fire overseas, and Charlie's here, and if you want to bring him up, I'm sure he has more he can.
Come on up. Join the fun. No, you're good.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. Thank you for having me up here. Yeah, that is a big one, the wildfire. I mean, OES is going to bring up a grant that we're working with them to help mitigate this problem. But we've been proactively, because we were talking about the insurance rates and everything, how everything's been canceling. So what we're doing is we're trying to make everyone throughout the area a fire-wise community. So we've been going to all the HOAs. We just started with Hidden Valley. So we got them in the process. San Juan Canyon became a fire-wise community. And where that makes a difference is they get a break in the California Fair Plan insurance of like 12%. So, I mean, some places you're paying more than your mortgage than you are for your house. But so we're starting that public education for them. In addition, though, I'm bringing to you in a little bit the fire code, and we've brought up some new codes to help us to mitigate problems like that in South County. We're not saying to mitigate everything, but we'll get plow lines, fuel breaks, and everything to help get ahead of that. For instance, like Heatherwood Estates is a really good one, because you have a lot of outside grass area. We can't really make them do that, but you're threatening all the other homes, the livestock, the horses, and everything. So we're not saying to mitigate the whole thing, because a lot of times it is hay, so there is variances that we grant for that. But we want to be able to cut some fuel breaks so we could get a chance and get ahead of it before it gets to the home. So those are things that we're looking at on that. Does that answer the questions?
Absolutely, and very excited to hear that you're already working on it. So if you need anything or need my support in working with some of these communities, I'd be happy to be right there by your side, because I think it's very important.
If I can get the contacts for all the HOAs, that would be the biggest thing that we can get a hold of.
I have quite a few, so let's connect.
And Supervisor Gonzalez, I do have that PowerPoint presentation that I'm waiting for you to explain what the Fire Prevention Bureau does, and we'll probably bring it to you the next meeting. But I didn't forget. I did it that day, so we're ready.
Thank you.
Anything else? Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Oh, no, sorry. I'm done.
Supervisor Sanger, did you
Yeah,
have
I just
anything?
have a quick, a stupid question. So when you say we can go to the general plan 4 times, right? Do you mean we can open up 4 times, and then within each time, is there a limit to how much we can do, or is it just for?
There's not a limit.
Okay.
But some of the things that are being discussed are not necessarily requiring a general plan amendment. It's just requiring implementing the policies within it. So we'll when we have those study sessions, we can kind of decipher through those priorities and what we need to do.
Okay, that was it.
Thank you, Ariel, for all your hard work on this. Do we have? What's the will of the board? Would you like to accept and adopt?
Yeah, motion to accept and adopt the general plan progress report.
I'll second that.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so almost right on target. Let's go back to item 2.1. Receive an update from the Office of Emergency Services, Behavioral Health, Health and Human Services, Department of Public Works, the Ag Department, as well as Fish and Wildlife on the winter storms.
I'm sorry, can we just, I wasn't sure, did we call for public comment on the last agenda item? Just wanted to verify.
Yes, we did. Yeah, we did.
Yeah, there was no comments.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, we'll go ahead and invite up Chris, Steve, Ken, Dr. Clark. We have Fish and Wildlife on the line, as well as Tracy or Enrique. Here, anyways, we'll start off with Steve, since Fish and Wildlife only has a limited amount of time. So, Steve?
Thank you. Yes, Steve Luke, Public Works Administrator. Good morning again, Madam Chair and board members. And so the first item for RMA to be discussed pertains to maintaining creeks and streams, especially around storm events, and specifically regarding fish and wildlife, what's allowed, what's not allowed. There's been some discussion, but we've had a lot of community interest on, can we clean debris? Can't we clean debris? Do we need a permit? Do we need a lake beds, stream unalteration agreement with Fish and Wildlife? So on the line, we have Sarah Polson from Fish and Wildlife, and she's going to provide a brief overview, and then she'll be hanging on the line for questions and answers. So Sarah, are you there?
Yes, can you all hear me well?
Yes,
Great.
thanks.
Hello, my name is Sarah Paulson. I am an environmental program manager with the Fish and Wildlife's Central Region Office out of Fresno, and San Benito County is part of our region. And so I came to talk a little bit about our Fish and Game Code 1610, which pertains to emergency processes and activities in and around streams. And so something that I wanted to be really clear about is that emergencies are emergencies. There is a, Public Resources Code definition referenced in our Fish and Game Code 1610. And I believe my regional manager provided a memo from our director regarding emergency activities that does reference that Public Resources Code right in the bottom of the first page. But essentially, as it pertains to our code, an emergency is a sudden and unexpected occurrence where there's clear and imminent danger demanding immediate action to prevent loss of life, property, and essential public services. And so there's often a lot of questions about when that work can be done and what work can be done. So that work can be done in advance of a potential emergency. This year, we've had a lot of prediction of very, very heavy storm events. So in preparation for those type of events, the emergency activities can be done. They can be done during the flooding. And we absolutely understand at this point, a lot of folks can't actually access areas where there's been a lot of damage, debris, and other types of flood-related damages that have occurred. And so it's totally conceivable that it may not be until, summer, late summer, or even fall until some folks can get out there and repair damages. And that's totally reasonable. Our emergency process does require notification to the department, but not until 14 days after those activities have happened. We do have an online system where you can report the activities that you've done. There's no fee associated with an emergency notification. It's a very brief questionnaire kind of asking what you did and where and why it was an emergency. And we just ask for a very brief explanation in that application. And I will also say too, if anybody is having trouble using that online system, you are welcome to send just a written notice through email to me, which my contact is listed in that memo from our director, and we'll work with you just to get your information on your emergency activities. But and the activities to address emergencies aren't limited. Whatever needs to be done to protect life, property, and services can be done, whether that's debris removal, sediment removal, pulling, debris or rubble or any kind of trash out of the stream that is maybe impacting flow or diverting the flow, to homes or fields or whatnot. So there's really no limit, but it should, be reasonable in the in relation to the the emergency that's going on. And if you ever have any questions about anything that you're proposing to do, you're welcome to email or call the department. And like I said, my contact information is listed in that memo. And so I think that about covers it as far as emergency processes go. I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has related to that.
Madam Chair, I believe she only has a half an hour, so it might be wise for maybe the board to go ahead and ask questions now based on timing, so, yeah.
Okay.
Typically we wait, so.
Do we want to go to public comment to see if there's any public comment specifically regarding Fish and Wildlife and creek stream
I think it's a great idea.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. In chambers, we have Jeanette. Apologies, Janet.
It's my very first time coming to talk here, and made a dummy of myself because this is not where I wanted to speak. I wanted to speak on the housing issue, not the canal issue. So I don't know if I talk now or if I wait.
No, let's wait. We want to speak specifically right now to fish and wildlife questions.
Okay.
So do we have any other fish and wildlife public comment?
Hi, Robert Gibson. I just wanted to thank you for getting that information out there. I've been waiting since January for that. And I would ask you to ask the PIO to put something together so we can share that on social media so that people know what the rules are, because everyone is deathly afraid of crossing fish and wildlife. So thank you.
Yeah, I'll also mention that the department has just updated their website. And so right on the front page in a big red block, it does describe what can be conducted under our emergency processes.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, this is Danny Jones speaking. Thank you so much. I just want to say for Fish and Wildlife for being here. We desperately appreciate your presence. I hope that we can have you guys be a face and a voice on a regular basis. As you can see, we have desperate situations with our housing, our homes, our land being destroyed. And given that you gave the green light that we are able to clean up these creeks and the debris, given that this is a state of emergency as well, what does Fish and Wildlife do personally in cleaning up in this process? Is this something like, I just feel there's a lot of gray area in as to who has the hands on, the boots on the ground of actually cleaning and doing it and taking care of it. So we got the green light now, but how do we move forward? Like, how does this get cleaned up now? Who does it? Thank you.
So I will say that it is not the department's role to take the initiative to clean up private properties or properties that aren't owned by the department. There is something I could offer as far as like recommendations for future and long-term cleanup is that the department does have a grant program that could be of use to a lot of landowners, especially ones that have a lot of extensive damage. We have a number of grant programs available right now, and they're open for application on a rolling basis. There's no kind of it's called a solicitation period that closes. So essentially the money is available until it's gone. It's first come, first serve. And so if it would be of interest, I can forward that information along after the meeting. And while those monies can't be given directly to property owners, they would need to work with whether it's like a resource conservation district or another NGO or possibly the county. There are funds and assistance available to work on kind of long-term cleanup and management of streams. But as far as other types of more immediate assistance with the physical cleanup, the department doesn't have like an authority or a role in that.
On Zoom, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hello there, this is Rob Bernowski. I was hoping that the board could ask for clarification because of what Mr. Gibson said. I want to pile on top of that. Everybody is scared to death of being accused of a criminal act by merely cleaning up what they deem to be an emergency. And I think that it would behoove everyone in the county if we could get clarification. I deem something to be an emergency. So I go and I clean a storm drain or a creek bed or whatever. I go online to the form. Am I, effectively indemnified against Fish and Game coming after me, the property owner or the one, doing this? When Fish and Game might question, well, was it an emergency or not? Or was that necessary or not? Or you interrupted some weird salamander or something like that. Again, everybody has the best intentions, but are we more or less indemnified by going through that process so that we don't have to worry about some criminal indictment coming down or some big civil penalty? I think it's important that we get clarity from that and using the weight of the Board of Supervisors in this meeting to bring it to us. Thank you. That concludes my question.
No further comments.
Madam Chair, I have a question. This is Supervisor Gonzalez to Fish and Game. I know that I've heard a time frame in terms of 55 days, 60 days from the event. And I have also heard at the various meetings that I've attended that the agency, ergo San Diego County, gets to decide when the 60 days, 55 days commence. So can you clarify? I've heard that when it's safe to enter the property, the date then starts from there. And so can you clarify?
Is this in reference to Fish and Game Code and the ability to use the emergency process?
Yes.
There's no time frame associated with it. Essentially, as long as it, if the cleanup work is in relation to, the flooding events and the emergencies that have occurred as a result of it, as long as they're done within a reasonable time frame, they are still subject to the emergency notification process. And like I said earlier, it's very conceivable that a lot of these sites won't be able to be accessed for quite some period of time. This isn't uncommon in other types of natural disasters, like fire. We would see that a lot in some of the burn areas where people can't actually access the stream crossings that need to be repaired for many, many months. And that could be the case here. Now, if someone were to say 3 years from now, go in and try to do some repairs and reference this year's flooding, that might be looked at a little differently, but certainly anything done, within reason, following the event, is absolutely could fall within the emergency process.
For some reason, there's a misnomer out there that there's a 60-day time frame that the residents, the homeowners believe that they're being bound to. I had a phone call last week that said we've already clicked into 55 days since the incident. So it's good to know, and thank you, that way we can go ahead and make sure our PIO can get that information out, that we as a county get to control the time frame within reasonableness. And so we don't need to worry about that 60 days kicking away. So thank you for that.
Sure.
Supervisor Crowe?
And I'd like to piggyback on that, because my question was clarifying the time frame, because you had mentioned, this is Supervisor Curro, Sarah, summer or fall due to access. Now, let's say, these storms continue and the property owner that is unable to access the repairs is unable to access it this year. It is possible that it may have to dry out 1 or 2 years for them to get the access to the area they need to get to. You said reasonable time frame, and it's really not the county that sets that. It's an individual case-by-case situation, whether it's a property owner, a resource conservation district, special district, the city, or if it's the county owned property where we actually service that area. I just want to clarify that.
Yeah, I mean, there could certainly, if people can't access these sites in the fall when the water comes down and all of a sudden we see ourselves in another winter like we're in this year, next winter, I mean, it would sound reasonable to me if, whenever they were actually able to get in and do the work, it would still fall under those emergency processes. But, hypothetically, let's say that didn't happen and we went into, low water years over the next couple years, if someone waited quite a long time to then address that emergency work, I think that that's a little tougher argument.
Appreciate that. I just want to make sure it's clear that it's really a case-by-case situation and it's about access. So thank you so much, Sarah.
Yeah, it can be about access or safety, or it could potentially be that there's a property with extensive damage and it just takes time to get to, all of those sites that need attention.
Supervisor Zanger, did you have any questions for Fish and Wildlife? No. Supervisor Kosmicki?
Yeah, I'd like to piggyback as well. I still don't quite understand this timing issue. I hate to belabor this. So what if it's a year from now? What if it's 9 months from now? There's this cloud of uncertainty, and so is the state going to make some grand notification to the county that this is the cutoff, that you no longer can do this? I just don't quite understand the vagueness of the reasonable time frame. I'm not sure I understand what reasonable means in this instance.
Sure. I mean, our code does not specify a time frame, and I think that actually benefits folks in a lot of ways, so that there isn't like this 60-day or 90-day window in which they can do this work. Someone mentioned earlier that it's somewhat of a case-by-case basis, and I would agree that it is somewhat of a case-by-case basis. The contacts for our program managers are in our emergency memo. We are happy to answer individual questions on a case-by-case basis if someone has a question about it. In a lot of cases, especially over the last couple months, people don't have time to call and ask us if something is still considered an emergency. But if there is some big lag of time and someone has a question about whether they engage in activities at a particular site, whether it still falls within the purview of Fish and Game Code 1610, they are certainly welcome to reach out to us and ask.
Hi, Sarah. Can you talk or maybe clarify a little bit about how, if someone is cleaning out the debris or sediment, trash, whatever it is that's kind of needed to clear, can you talk about how they're indemnified, or if this is going to be, is it kind of just somebody's opinion at Fish and Wildlife? Nope, you should have done it last month and now it's no longer covered under this period. I think there is a real sense of nervousness. I think people want to help. They want to get in there. They want to do everything they can, but I think people are really afraid to get in. They don't want to do anything, get in trouble with Fish and Wildlife. They don't want to be held held liable for anything. So is there anything right now that you guys are doing special to kind of indemnify people, or what the process is if, say, you're saying, nope, that's out of scope of that time period, now it's going to kick you into you've done something that was not in compliance, and so we're going to come after you. Is there any safeguards in place to kind of protecting people with that?
I would say if folks are very concerned that what they're doing is not in response to an emergency or wouldn't be considered an emergency, to reach out to us directly so that we could provide some kind of guidance or feedback. It's like I said before, it is not abundantly clear. There is no timeline. We do ask that folks, use reason when, going through this process. I would say any folks that are out there doing the work, have a copy of the memo with you. If you've already notified through our EPIM system, have a copy of your notification with you, and just be clear that you're doing the work under Fish and Game Code 1610. We're not here to stop people from cleaning up their properties, from cleaning out streams that were damaged during the storms. We understand how important that is for a number of reasons, including public safety. And so, we're encouraging folks to get out and do the cleanup work that needs to be done, to do whatever work they need to do to prevent additional flooding this year. And that's why we're here. We're trying to reach out to as many entities and communities as we can to make sure that there's no misconceptions, kind of urban legends out there about what people can and can't do. And like I said, as we get further into the late summer and fall, or like as we're approaching the next winter, if people have questions about, whether or not the activities they're going to undertake at that point might still be considered emergency, we are more than happy to answer questions.
Okay, thank you for answering those questions. I hope that we all kind of learned something in this process, and it sounds like Fish and Wildlife is willing to kind of listen and help and be a part of the solution, and that's exciting because I think that that hasn't always been the case, and I think there's been some real challenges with that, and I think that's part of the reason that we're kind of in the situation we are today. So hopefully we are able to, as a county, get all of these, and I'm not saying the county is responsible for doing this, but working all of us together, property owners, and that we all can work together and get all of these creeks and waterways kind of cleaned out so that we don't have this devastating flooding again. So thank you, Sarah. Did we have any other questions for Sarah for Fish and Wildlife? No? Thank you so much, Sarah. We really, really appreciate you getting online and taking the time today to speak with us.
Sure, absolutely.
Yes, thank you very much, Sarah. Appreciated. So, in regards to the memo that they sent, Fish and Wildlife sent to the county, we will post that on the Storm website via Monica and our public information officer on our county website up on the upper banner, as well as, as much as I hate to say this, you can email me directly at sloop@cosb.us, and I will send the memo directly back to you. I only say that because I do get a lot of emails and tend to miss a few, so I apologize for that. But yeah, so I think what we can gather from what Sarah and Fish and Wildlife just said is, if you have a blockage of a culvert or your creek and you know that that blockage is going to cause damage to your property, you have permission to remove it. I don't think she's saying we have permission to just hog out all the creeks in the county from all the sediment that's built up over the last 20 years, unfortunately. But if there are things that are going to cause flooding to your property, I think we do have a green light, as she said, and we've heard to remove that debris and that blockage. And then the EPIMS website, I've registered for it for the county. It's really simple. It'd probably take you less than 10 minutes. You jump on the website, provide some basic information, and let Fish and Wildlife know your activities, and I think we can make some progress in that regard.
So, Steve, question for you. So then if there's any kind of harm to the salamanders, wildlife, or anything like that, incidental damage, I mean, there's not going to be a consequence to the homeowners, the property owners? I mean, that's just kind of the opposite side. You know, I'm not an environmentalist per se, but I know that there's a concern to those that might, and that's the other side of the coin. In the process of cleaning out.
So I'll answer this two ways. One, because this pertains to some of our ongoing county projects. If you see any type of frog or any type of salamander, please do not impact them. Now, as you mentioned, you came up with the correct word, Supervisor, incidental take. With our projects, there's not a assumption, but just a strong possibility that some of our projects could impact some of those sensitive species, and so we actually mitigate and purchase off-site property. I'm not going to go into this process, but long story short, incidental, accidental, you know, if those type of things happens, you're not aware of, you know, those impacts when you're making those impacts to the species, I don't think anyone's going to get blamed for that. Now, if you intentionally are aware of impacting those species, I would say do not do that. I don't know if that answers the question.
Yeah, and and Steve really can't, you know,
Right.
speak for the State Department. People should reach out to the department for direct advice from the department.
Correct. Yeah. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
You bet. So, we have a lot of folks up here, so I'll go through some other items as quickly as I can here. So, regarding individual assistance and public assistance, specifically through FEMA and the state, there were the December, January storms, and now there's also the February, March storms, different event, and the county's trying to get themselves on the February-March storm event recovery efforts as well. And on that note, the county did tour with FEMA and the states 2 weekends ago, 2 Saturdays ago. We went to Lover's Lane area as well as 3 areas at San Juan Bautista that had some severe impacts. Talked to a lot of property owners, and we formed another request for individual assistance based on the February-March storms. So that's being processed, but it is in the process. We're also going to be doing the same thing for public assistance in that regard, and I've already been sending out some paperwork in that regard regarding public assistance, which it should be renamed public agency assistance. But so just so you know, there's 2 storm events going on at this time. And one encouraging piece of information that's still being processed that was brought up yesterday at the Pacheco Stormwater District meeting is USDA is finalizing a process that individual homeowners could apply for to receive a $40,000 grant for their individual needs, and it does not rely on any determination regarding individual assistance from FEMA or the state. It's a completely separate process that USDA is trying to implement. And as soon as that's finalized, and we know the criteria, will 100% get that out to the community, but that was encouraging. So just a little tidbit of information out there. So regarding specifically the Pacheco Stormwater District and the levee issues and that creek specifically, where that process is at is we're on step 2 of, I don't know, 10, but we're waiting for confirmation from FEMA that we've submitted all the proper paperwork, and the water district is, quote, official. And once they do that, FEMA will actually reach out to that water district, Pacheco Stormwater District, schedule a meeting. At the meeting, it will be discussed kind of the 2 large impacts that they will likely be asking for reimbursement, and that is the creek cleanup. I'm just going to throw the number out of $500,000, and then the levee repairs, I'll throw a number out of $2 million. So far, FEMA just knows that it's going to be over $1 million for the request. But so FEMA will reach out to that stormwater district. We'll have that discussion. After that, FEMA will send out folks to look at the levee repairs and things and say yes or no. We will give you funding. And it's not just FEMA and the state. There's Army Corps that could possibly provide funding. There's NRCS, USDA. So there's different funding options that we'll try to pursue in that regard. Now, one thing to keep in mind for this board and for the county is, and this is for all storm events that we've been involved with, it's typically reimbursed by those agencies, and I know this has been mentioned earlier, after the work has been performed. In addition to that, you know, kind of best case scenario is we, the county or the local agency or the district or some local entity would usually, in best case, that still have to pay about 6%, 6.25% of the cleanup, or excuse me, of the project. Now, cleanup efforts, FEMA is actually, for the previous storm event, they're paying 100% of debris cleanup, which is great. But for the actual projects, I think it's likely the best case scenario is there'll still be a 6.25% local match. And what that means is if we ask for $2 million, is that 120,000-ish, that, you know, will need to come from another source other than FEMA and the state. So I just want to put that out there. So assuming they say, okay, your levee needs repair, we'll provide approximately $2 million for the cleanup, then, or for the repairs, then the repair could occur. As was mentioned previously, there's access issues now, and it's hard to get large vehicles there to do the permanent repairs. But short term, I've already met with Granite Construction to look at getting some of these. There's 2 really large piles of debris in the creek. So I reached out to Granite to try to bring their largest excavator and largest arm to help with that cleanup of the large debris. And then within the next week or so, I'll bring back the Department of Water Resources staff. They have levee specialists. They have a levee team that comes out, and we'll go walk with them, and they can provide some more guidance on when it might be dry enough, assuming we don't have more rain, to get out there and start actually making some progress to repair the levees. So that's kind of the status with that effort. So I'll pause there. And then lastly, let's see. Oh, just so everybody knows online, the Cienega Road access to our wineries is open. So we encourage you to go out, please, and do some wine tasting and have some fun out there if you can. We are actually focusing a lot of our efforts right now on San Juan Canyon Road. The streams in that area are trying to show us who's boss. And yeah, shockingly, people don't understand or maybe realize, but after a storm event, the stream will run for weeks from the March 10th storm event, there's runoff. Anyways, we're working a lot on San Juan Canyon Road and some areas in Aromas and San Juan Bautista primarily, as well as South County, with some emergency repairs, just kind of an FYI. And then I'm going to jump over to the emergency trailers that have been purchased by the county and are installed, and we've heard some discussions earlier in that regard. So the trailers there's now 16 of them, and the process was to get them installed, get the plumbing hooked up, provide some kind of electrical source for those trailers, and our RMA crew has kind of been working around the clock to make that happen, and they have done that. I spoke to them about a half hour ago after some earlier public comments, and to the best of our knowledge, there were never any unwelcome or entrances into the trailers that were not a door that was open to them after knocking. Now, when the trailers were being set up with the families, it was kind of sporadic when families would enter and when they'd be moving stuff in. And I was there, and it was, there was no magic moment where all the families had moved in at the beginning. And so I don't want to comment on, how that process interacted. And I don't know of any incident at all, zero. But there was a lot of, I didn't know who was in the trailers at some times. And so perhaps something happened during that initial phase. I don't know of any incident. This was the first time I heard about it today. I will say this, that the staff up there, those folks, all of them are super high integrity individuals, and to the best of my knowledge, there's never been any prior incident whatsoever. So I will I'm going to meet with them at 3 o'clock today to try to confirm all of that to the second or third degree, just to make sure. But as far as I know, there was no intentional entering of any of those private trailers. So second note, while I transition this maybe over to Tracy or someone from HHS. HHS, their staff has done an amazing job up there to also move in those families and have been extremely helpful. And so the trailers are there. We'll try to do our best to keep them working properly. But I think our team's done a great job, and I'll just pause there. So.
Thanks, Steve. We'll move on. Well, and you just queued up Tracy, so we'll get Tracy up. And if we can go ahead and just go through all the presentations, and we'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Tracy.
So this is just a brief update from the last update that we gave you on February 21st. And I tried to highlight, we've done so many things, it's hard to highlight from that moving forward. So I have a couple bullet points. My staff, Maria's here. She has, I just have to say this, been amazing. She's managed the trailers, the evacuation center, the transitions, everything. I don't even know how many hours she's worked, but I just need to acknowledge her. And I think the families acknowledge that as well. I hope that they echo that sentiment. Enrique has also been an important component to this too. So with that being said, so the agency did provide a final letter to Cal OES and FEMA for public assistance reimbursement for the non-congregate sheltering. So that was the portion that we were in charge of. That's what they called the migrant center homes for the 3 months to potentially get reimbursement for that. So we submitted that. And the agency continued to provide housing and case management to the 16 families housed at the migrant center from the flooding in January. So we have 2 separate incidents as we've talked about. And I think it's important to remember that during this time, we are also rehabbing the migrant center at the same time. So there have been a lot of movement there. We have contractors on site that are rehabbing the project. I also heard the comments mentioned today. I'm not sure if it was at the migrant center that contractors just needed to get in to see units. We did a really, we tried to be really aware of the transition of the homes to the trailers, and then it started raining, and so we didn't want them to have to move in the middle of rain. And you all know we have to be out of those homes. We had to be out of those homes by the end of this month. And so the transition was difficult for everybody, us, the families, the contractors, everybody. And so we were mindful. This is the first we've also heard of it. So it's really important for the families to remember that my office wants to be made aware first so that we can react. Because if we don't know, we can't help. This is the first I've heard of it. And so it's a little bit alarming when you come here in this public forum and hear this. We really want them to reach out. They all have Maria's cell phone number. She answers it 24/7. So we want to know so that we can help. We don't want to invade on anybody's privacy. As you're aware, the county has purchased 11 RVs for the temporary housing site. The agency coordinated with RMA for site preparation and hookups for all the RVs for the migrant center, which Steve talked about. There's so much more he didn't highlight, barriers that we've gone through. It's been a learning experience for all of us. I've learned a lot about generators and gas and propane and all out of my wheelhouse, but I'm learning. On March 9th, the agency partnered with OES, American Red Cross, and the Farm Labor Association and opened an evacuation center. The center approximately serves 70 evacuees. I really want to recognize the Red Cross. They provided all the food and supplies that we needed. I can't recognize the Farm Labor Association enough. They were amazing, an amazing partnership. They were there on site with us to help open things and bring toilet paper and just things that you forget, right? Oh, who's cleaning the bathrooms? Oh my goodness, we didn't even think about that. Steve stepped in and had his crew come and clean the bathrooms. So many things. We couldn't have done it without the farm labor as well. And lastly, my staff, over 90 of my employees, provided 24/7 on-site service at the evacuation center for 9 days. And they can't go unnoticed either. They served as disaster service workers. I have about 180 employees, so half of them work the entire shift. So I just wanted to highlight that. I know I'm giving people accolades, but I think it's also important. On March 17th, we were able to close the evacuation center. All the evacuees that were there were provided assistance and ongoing resources. On March 24th, the families housed at the migrant center were eventually transitioned to the RVs. We are continuing to provide case management and ongoing maintenance to the RVs for the next 6 months. It has been a difficult transition. The RVs are a lot smaller than houses, and family sizes are some of them are big. We did our very best to try to fit the family sizes to the unit sizes. The RVs are all different sizes, shapes, and forms. Some of them, one of them isn't working yet. One of them we still have to save for COVID isolation. I know we think COVID is gone, but it's not completely gone, so we have to make sure that we take care of folks that need to be isolated. And so we're doing our best to work with the families. We drafted up an agreement for them to sign. We duplicated the rules that we have for all the other families that are on our site. So remember, in the next few weeks, we'll probably have over 500 people at the migrant center when the migrant families move in. Mindy can attest to that. She knows what that looks like. And so we are ongoing working with that. And lastly, the agencies participate in ongoing meetings with the community-based organizations to provide storm updates along with ongoing conversations regarding recovery resources. We've agreed as of yesterday to meet weekly for the next month to see if there's any other things that they can provide assistance to the county and to the families. And so, you know, we try not to address individual situations of families because we hold it as paramount as their privacy is super important to us. And so we'd rather not address individual situations here, but I'm happy to answer any questions. My staff is here as well. I will highlight on the parking. We do know that the parking has been brought up to our attention. We are very mindful that it's a very small road, and we also need to ensure that fire and those types of folks can get there. Charlie, I believe, is going to go take a look for us to see if we can allow more. We did only allow 1 car per family because some families have 3 cars. There's a lot, and we have to ensure that the traffic in and out is okay and safe. We've told the families that we will continue to assess the situation to see if we can allow more, and if we can, we'd be happy to. They just moved in on Saturday. It's Tuesday. So we've just had a few days. We're really trying our best to get this done. And so we appreciate their patience. We know that it's tough, but we're doing the best we can. So happy to answer any questions if we can. Maria's here, Enrique's here, Steve's here. We're all here. Yes.
Thanks, Tracy. We'll
Absolutely.
yeah.
Sure. Thank you.
And we'll invite up Dr. Clark, if you don't mind.
Our staff also worked very closely with Tracy's staff. We did have brochures handed out. We had phone numbers available. We had staff, bilingual staff, stationed out there. We had several of our staff who had to evacuate their homes in that area. So they were also involved. But I think the thing that most is important, we didn't receive any calls from people that we handed out cards to. So as long as we get a call, we can respond to it. And we have clinicians, case managers available for social emotional support and for crisis intervention.
Thank you, Dr. Clark. Appreciate that. Go ahead and pass it to Chris.
Thank you. Good morning. Steve mentioned a few of the things I was going to highlight. We are still waiting to hear from FEMA on a federal declaration that has not yet been announced. We were expecting that last week. That's why we kind of met with them on a Saturday to get that ball rolling. We do have additional resources we hope to roll out in the next few weeks from USDA. It is a rural area grant and loan program. They can be combined if you qualify. You do need a Social Security number for that. At least one member applying will need a Social Security number. And the loan will be at a very low interest if applicants choose to go that route, or you can just apply for the grant. The county is continuing to gather reimbursement figures based on eligibility from FEMA on the January storms. The county has already reimbursed Community Pantry in the amount of $132,000 and the Veterans Hall in the amount of about $34,900. The county will submit those for reimbursement to FEMA under public assistance. And we do ask that if you have any reimbursements from the February-March storms to send those to our office at oes@cosb.us, and we will direct you. That's also a good address if anybody wants the Fish and Game information. We have that letter that can direct you to the website and their process. That's all I have. We've been working closely with our partners. Everyone has been amazing at all hours of the day and night and weekends. So thank you, and I'll turn it over to Ken for Ag.
Yeah. Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, CEO. For the second round of storms, Ag, we put another 15 to 20 million on the potential loss. We're still a long ways out of the woodwork as far as Ag goes. I'd say probably 15% of the ground that's in the lower lying areas. It's looking at still another 180 to 210 days to be tested out so they can plant. So that's, like I said, 10 to 15%. There's about 25% of the markets that were pushed back. Basically, we're looking at losing a whole growing window. So the best way to figure that, the disaster, like it says, is now up to about 50 million, and it looks like it could even go up. We'll continue to monitor that. We relaunched our survey to all growers. Unfortunately for us, it's only word of mouth with the large-scale growers that I'm able to collect real good data, because they're the ones that have the most at risk, just because they maintain and operate in most of the flood-bound areas. So not only flood, but standing waters just prevented them from coming in, doing their normal cultural practices and get on with their seasons. As far as the farm labor goes, I don't think it really helped us, but they'll be set back a little bit on their return just because of those cultural practices and the normal things being, a good 30 days off probably. I'll do the same. I can sit down and entertain some questions, but that's all I have as far as an update right now.
Thanks, Ken. I just want to thank staff for a tremendous job. Also our partners. It's been an incredible few months, and feels, the start of this feels like yesterday, really. we're going to be in April pretty soon here. So really, just want to thank everybody for all the hard work, and just want to pass it back to, you have one more?
We're monitoring a storm right now, so it hasn't stopped. So far, we're dry, but evidently the Bay Area has water today. So we hope it doesn't come this far.
Thanks, Chris. And we'll pass it back to the board.
I'd like to open it up for public comment, please.
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press star 9 or the raise your hand icon. We have Janet.
There you go. Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. Is it on? Closer. Oh, like that? Okay. There's a few things I would like to touch bases with on the comments of not knowing about the workers walking into the room or the house. They knew because they were called right on spot when it happened. Okay. Maria, matter of fact, was the one that was called, and it was said it was acceptable because it was their workers. She called the mother prior. The mother told her, "No, I am not home, so please do not go." And they went anyways. And no, it was not at the trailer. It was at the migrant camp. It's off the house. It was the week of our moving over. I don't know if Tracy and the guys knew about it, but I know Maria did know about it. And we were told that that's okay because that's their workers and they could do whatever. No, it's not okay. Not when you walk in on a little girl and she doesn't know what's going on. I'm very upset with that because you can't do that to a child. I don't care how many people are upset because we're over here invading. We're taking away from somebody or something, but like Maria said earlier, we did not intend this to happen. We did not set out that day and say, oh, we're going to go make sure the county pays for us to live, because that's not what we wanted to do. It was something that happened. You know, unfortunately, it happened, and now this is the consequences. But I do want to say, I am amazed, and I am very honored to say Hollister is helping us, because you guys didn't have to. You guys could have turned your back and walked away. But you guys are doing a fabulous job. Maria is working a lot of hours. Even the weekends, she's working. So she's doing an amazing job. But the comments and making us feel belittled because we're needing help right now is not really necessary. Also, my son is a vet. He's a veteran. When we signed up, when the flood happened, I put us down as one family because, well, of course, he's my family. He's my son. But we tried to switch that over, and we couldn't. But they need to have their own trailer, their own home, to get out of my home, because they're just barely newlyweds. They don't need to be shacking up with me, you know. And we're always at a road. We're always told no, 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 no. And that's why I brought my daughter-in-law so she could more elaborate on it. But you know, my son was in the military and everything, and he's a very helpful person. Also, my handicap. Nobody's addressed my handicap. It is so hard for me to get inside and out of the trailers. I almost fall. The door on the migrant home was the highest one of everybody's door. And my husband had to put a piece of wood so I could step on that to get up inside the home. So it's very hard. Thank you.
Elia Salinas.
Good morning. Wow, this is the first time I hear about ADA, the American Disability Act, not being provided to somebody, to some of them out there. She can't be going in and out of a trailer, it's pretty high. So I hope someone's going to pay attention and do that regarding. And this is not the first time that I've actually heard the people that are out there, the folks that are out there about being belittled. I mean, one individual was told about, you know, BMA will find a place, and they're like, well, you know, it's difficult to find a location. And the response to them was very, very insensitive, is, well, you're not paying rent, you're saving money, so you should have money to move somewhere else. I mean, anybody who knows the county knows that there's a shortage of housing. But that is not the way you talk to somebody at their lowest point of their life, that they lost everything. Oh, well, you're not paying rent while you're staying out here, so you should go find a place if you don't like it here. That's ridiculous. The repairs on Pacheco Creek, where is the Army Corps of Engineers? Do we qualify for the Army Corps of Engineers to come and help with regards to cleaning up Pacheco Creek? And is it, when you're saying you're going to be fixing and you're going to get this FEMA money, are we talking about repairs in that general area? Are we talking about repairs for the entire section of the Pacheco Creek, so that it doesn't happen downstream, or it gets fixed here, but it happens upstream? So what can we get an answer for that with regards to, and do we qualify for the Army Corps of Engineers? We have fallen under, the San Benito County has fallen under the cracks with, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to the attention that we're getting. Pájaro, I don't want to belittle what happened to Pájaro. They're a major population, but all the attention has gone there. The state has gone there, and we have Supervisor Felipe Hernandez, we have Supervisor from Santa Cruz County, we have Supervisor from Luis Alejo from Monterey County. They've all gathered and they've all contacted their state officials to help them. We got Ana Caballero out there too, Robert Rivas out there. Where are they? Where, we have a lobbyist in Sacramento, and I always say, as individual supervisors, you need to also be making those individual contacts with those elected officials that represent us. Don't let us fall between the cracks. You have to be the squeaky wheel. If they don't call you back, call them. Keep calling them and calling. We need help here in this county. These folks need the help. And it may be a small number, but it is a big financial burden to San Benito County. It's a big financial burden for them that they have lost everything. So please be making those phone calls. Real quick, I have not seen, and I've made visits to the shelter, and I have not seen anybody from behavioral health. In regards to the brochures that were handed out, were they also in Spanish? And when were they out there? How many times and how many hours can behavioral health document that they've been out there? Thank you.
Anzuni, you've been unmuted. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, hello, this is Yareni Jones again. I just want to clarify something in regards to Fish and Wildlife again, and in the whole cleanup of the crew. Who is actually responsible? That's not really clear, and I feel like this keeps getting pushed under the rug. For preventative, yes, we got the green light to clean up, but who is responsible for the damages that have occurred? Also, another thing that I've mentioned in the last meeting was the Pacheco Dam has been a big issue. No one talks about it. I mentioned we should be reaching out to Santa Clara County and figuring out legally how are they responsible in helping San Benito County, because we're so deprived and we're so poor of funds. Why are we not reaching out to Santa Clara County? And like I agree with Ms. Salinas, Pájaro Valley has gotten so much attention. We just keep getting swept under the rug, and it's not okay. So I also ask, if Fish and Wildlife is giving us the green light and we are able to clean up as property owners, who's responsible for the act that actually happened? Is Fish and Wildlife responsible? There's grants. Where can we get these grants? This information needs to be available to everybody. You can't say it's on the website. We have to have one place where all these grants that we're all talking about, which I'm so grateful for, the algaculture grant, the grant for Fish and Wildlife, the grant for Army Corps, whatever it is, we need to have one location where the families, us, our property owners, are able to go and get these grants. Because remember, we're also low on time. We have to act quickly. We have to be able to respond within that time frame to apply for these things. And then the turnaround is so long. So we can't be tossed around. Oh, the help is there. We need a specific area, please. Thank you.
No further comments.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Any comments or questions? Supervisor Kozmicki?
Sure, I'll go. Yeah, so first off, thank you, Public Works and everybody for all the attention in the San Juan Aromas area. That's my district. So of course I'm, receiving a lot of comments and feedback about San Juan Canyon Road. I know Steve and his crews are aware, and our Aromas area, Carr and Cole and Anzar and Ricardo Drive. Just wondering, do you want me to just keep forwarding those concerns? Is there any timelines? I know you mentioned San Juan Canyon Road. It can take a while for the streams to subside. I just want to know how I should communicate to residents to make sure they're aware that we're on top of it.
Yeah, great question. And all the supervisors, in addition to Supervisor Kozmicki, just please forward me your requests. I forward them to our public works staff, and then some of them I just coordinate with contractors directly. But what I can do, and I do it occasionally just to, so that you're informed, I BCC kind of just that I've done that. But what I'll do, I'll BCC you when I forward it to folks, just so you know that we're working on them. But yeah, we actually have 2 crews out at San Juan Canyon. We have both granite construction and granite rock, because there's a half a dozen issues with the creeks there. Granite rock specifically, I met out at Carr or on Anzar yesterday regarding the low point near Anzar and Carr on Anzar, and they've been pumping that area on their own dime, not charging the county. But we're trying to coordinate a more permanent solution for that spot. Long story short, there's a lot going on. I don't know if you want more specifics or.
No, I just, because it's a constant, and I just want to make sure that that I have the most up-to-date information and how I should communicate that, as opposed to just telling people, yeah, I've informed staff, and because then you're sort of out of the loop a little bit at that point. So those areas in particular are the ones where that keeps coming up. San Juan, I just got an email about San Juan Canyon, and then the Alameda, and how can we help people that were flooded on the Alameda. And obviously that's part of this conversation. I'm going to have to go back and tell those folks basically that we're awaiting word on
individual assistance.
The individual assistance. So.
And perhaps a suggestion, let's just pretend there's 7 areas of interest or road segments. If any of the supervisors want to email me sort of a bullet point list and say, please provide status, I'll just do my best to answer each one of those, if that is helpful.
That's great. Yeah, that would be helpful. I'll try not to do it every single day, but
it's okay.
Maybe
it's
like
right.
once a week or something.
Okay.
Thank you for that. And then the flooding near the Mission Farm RV park and the same area there, Alameda with the creek, that, as far as I know, that really was, I know a lot of these were a shock, but that area in particular, I keep hearing that's really never happened before in that area. And so I'm wondering, and I know we're doing a lot of, response work right now, but at some point we have to determine what the heck happened there. So I'm just wondering if has there been any start to the process of figuring out what the cause or causes were of that, because I know obviously there's just a lot of water, but then we also had the construction going on along 156, and there's been a lot of speculation as to whether that construction work and a lot of the pooling and things that went on there and the culverts that they created may have contributed to the flooding. So I'm just wondering, that question's been coming up a lot for me. So is that our responsibility to figure out that particular area and why that particular area flooded so badly, and because it's never really happened before?
I can say that the RV park specifically, and I met with the owner there about a week ago, it had multiple drainage issues for at least 2 different reasons. As a county, what we can do, is just better maintain the ditches there and the culverts in that area, and try to get folks to not build and plug culverts and when they weren't allowed to. I mean, just to monitor the area better. But I think the big picture is, Mother Nature's just provided a lot of water over the last month and a half that most of our infrastructure just can't handle. I mean, it's not just our county, it's pretty much all the counties, obviously. But big picture, that's the answer. we have been coordinating with Caltrans regarding some of their issues out there, and they've addressed those. Just FYI. So we're on top of it, but to go back to, the previous comment, this will answer your comment as well, Supervisor. Once we get through the Pacheco Creek debris issue and levee issue, and hopefully we make some progress there, we'll also be applying for a grant for a study of the whole watershed, hydraulically, how does it operate, what are the needs, and so therefore we can have a long-term plan. In addition to that, Public Works has reached out to Santa Clara Valley Water District, which is called Valley Water, because they have started an Upper Pajaro watershed plan just in the last year to try to do some of those same determinations. So we're coordinating with them as well. I think that maybe the next step could be we could do sort of a, either a focused study of San Juan Bautista. I mean, the whole county has their own issues, I guess. So I'll keep that on my radar, but the first initial study will focus on the Pacheco Creek area, and hopefully we get some funding in that regard. If I come across any additional funding sources whatsoever, we will definitely, do a study of any focused areas as well, as long as we have some funding to do that. 100%, we will do that if we can obtain the funding. And then something that we're exploring, and I have to coordinate a little bit internally with our staff, our GIS person, Renee, already has an app that we're exploring using, where a property owner can report an issue and fill out some information and actually track it with a GPS pin, and so that we can kind of have a database of some of our problem areas, our hotspots maybe is a better word for that. But that's still in its beta draft phase. So, but it's something that we have working in the background. We just have to see the proper way to implement that to track some of these problem areas. So I'll just pause there. But
Great. I think that's fantastic. Maybe for next year, you never know. And then I think I communicated one of the other suggestions related to that area is whether there's any potential for some sort of additional drainage near the Mission Farm RV Park, and maybe out toward the old cement plant there along the hills. So, and I know I talked to Ray a little bit because he used to live out in that area, and but just maybe if we can keep that on the radar. I know we're doing the immediate response stuff, but at some point maybe that can be a part of the conversation about assistance. And there's been some talk about we really need some additional sort of drainage pond or something in that area to help alleviate some of that. I appreciate that. And then I'll try to real quick here for Tracy. Sorry. The question I had with the COVID part is I'm just wondering how often we're getting the COVID isolation cases. I'm wondering at some point whether we're going to be able to phase that out.
Fingers crossed. We haven't had many. The last one we had was at our homeless shelter, and we had to isolate, and I don't remember the date. I'm sorry. It's probably
like months ago or
January, 3 months ago. 3 months ago. We only have one trailer designated for COVID isolation. We tried to have it be a smaller trailer, but because of some of the hookups and issues that we've had with that, we had to move things around. And so, I mean, we can make a decision. We don't have to keep it that way. We've just felt that that's what they were designated for. They were provided to us by the state, 5 of them. 4 of them we are being used for the families. We do have a few left, and we were holding off on San Juan. As you know, they had about 5 families that were needing shelter, and so we are waiting for them to reach back out to us to let us know if they need some. We're waiting for them to call Maria to see if it's something that it's hard because it's far away from where their kids go to school and those types of situations. So we've offered up to the other individuals in the county that were affected by the flood. So COVID, we haven't had many. We could explore other options. We don't have many, but
at some point, at some point I would say, maybe track it, just for me,
Sure.
track it. And at some point I think we should probably use that resource for other areas, because if it's not being used, or if it's every 6 months or something, I'm sure we can find another way to help those folks.
Happy to do that.
And then 2 cars seems reasonable to me, just as my input on the, I know you're figuring out the parking, but that would seem, as long as there's adequate space, that, allowing 2 cars seems like a reasonable.
We agree. We don't disagree. We just want to make sure that fire can get up there and do all those things. And so hopefully we'll get to that this week.
Okay, great.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Supervisor Gonzalez? Thank you for the two-car comment, yes. So I look forward to, first of all, I just want to thank you all for what you're doing. I know it was a big ask when we looked for the housing for the families that were displaced, and I won't disagree, you guys are working nonstop, and I appreciate that. I'm also looking forward to the ad hoc with Supervisor Curl. So I'm hoping that Tracy and Dr. Clark, we can work together to see, once we identify some of the problems. I've already reached out to Mickey Luna to find out what she has heard. I spoke with some of the families out there that were affected, but it's just little regulations that are impacting their just daily course of life. For example, they're being told that they can't even use the washing machines. And it's like, I've been up there. I know the situation. And there's, I don't know, 10, 12, 20 washing machines, and they're coin operated. So they're not like they're asking to use them for free. Why are they being prohibited from using the washing facilities? I don't understand that. The playgrounds. So those are things that I'm going to kind of be looking at while these families are up there. I call them tenants. You can call them inhabitants, all that you want, but they still have the rights to respect and dignity while they're out there. And so I would hope that with the ad hoc, we can go ahead and take care of some of these personal issues that are going on for the families. And then Dr. Clark, I know that there's usually a waiting line for any kind of behavioral health issues. I would hope that if some do come forward, any of the residents out there, that they can be fast-tracked to receive the services. I know that when Supervisor Zanger and I went out to Lovers Lane and San Felipe, and then I had met with Sarah at the food pantry, hearing the residents recant their stories, I mean, it's very, very devastating for them. The tears flow, and I'm crying with them, the sympathy that I'm hearing, and I didn't experience that. So I can only imagine that I would hope that we would be able to fast track them, those that need help. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Zanger, would you like to?
Yeah. Okay, Steve, if you wouldn't mind. Sorry.
No problem.
So first of all, thank you for, everything you guys are doing out there. And a couple things. I do want to just point out generally that I know the fish and wildlife situation has been confusing, but I will say that Steve did mention a few weeks back that things could be removed from the creek that weren't living there. Loose things could be removed. So just to point that out, he did mention that, just give him some credit there. I wanted to ask you about, I know you mentioned the other day, if you don't have anything to say about it, that's fine, we can postpone it, but about pipes, is there somewhere residents, that they feel maybe the culvert or the pipe under their driveway isn't is not big enough? You said maybe they could email you about that.
Yeah, Supervisor, once I kind of discuss it a little bit more internally, there is an app ready where folks can actually just walk to the pipe, hit pin on their phone, and report some information. But that's not online yet. It's not live. I want to preface it by saying the county, a lot of the requests are actually to kind of clean private property, creeks and things, and even private pipes. So the goal would be to just determine where some of the issues are, and then try to come up with some solutions. And a lot of places we don't even have right-of-way or access to some of those areas. I'll just leave it at that. But once I talk to a couple folks internally, I think we can make that app live. We'll have a link on the website, and then I just want to preface it. This is more of a data collecting exercise at this point, and then we'll see, where we go from there. We have kind of limited road crew staff and limited equipment. We're going to be dealing with, fire clear brushing, brushing away all the weeds and things that are going to be growing in the next few months. So, but I do want to tackle where some of those hotspots are, the bad locations are, and then at least be able to provide a response to residents. So, but it might take a few weeks to get there. So.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. Yeah, you're good. So Tracy, thank you for everything that you guys are doing. You know, I appreciate it. I understand there's a lot going on. Like you said, you know, started Saturday and we're at Tuesday. So I understand that there hasn't been a whole lot of time with everything. And I'm sure that a lot of those concerns that we've heard today are going to be addressed and, you know, looked into. I know that. I will point out that I've sort of noticed the conversation has already sort of shifted with these trailers. That originally, the idea was somewhere for these affected folks to live until they could find a new place, and it was, you know, originally thrown out at 3 or 4 months, and we moved it to 6. And I just want to remind everyone that, you know, 6 months is going to come up fast, and so I would encourage everyone that is in the situation that is up there. They really should. You need to be looking for places, because I'm worried that 6 months is going to really spring upon everyone and you're not going to be prepared. So just pointing it out just to stay on top of things. And, you know, I don't want to say don't get too comfortable. Get comfortable, but, you know, be looking and be aware of that, because that's going to come up on you. The other thing, Dr. Clark, thanks for, you don't need to stand up, that's fine. Just saying thanks for coming out and making an announcement. I know there's been a lot of talk about behavioral health. You know, are you helping or you're not helping with the folks out there? And, you know, I sit on the behavioral health board with Supervisor Chatello, and we talked about it whenever the meeting was last week or so. And they, you know, they did reach out to everyone, and didn't receive a lot of requests back. So they did do their part reaching out, and I appreciate that. I think that's all at this time.
Thank you. Supervisor Currow?
Okay, definitely want to thank all of the staff, all the departments. Steve, I can't even tell you how much I appreciate every time you pick up the phone and answer my call of concern. Cienega Road, can I ask a quick question though, Steve? Because I can't see you. Cienega Road, so it's open. Is it open 2 lanes, and is it a temporary fix, or are we looking at the long-term solution? Where are we? Just because I want to make it very public of all the hard work your team has done to make that loop open again.
Yeah, our road crews are amazing, so thank you for that. The Cienega is open 2 lanes, and we had to let, so just so everyone knows, there's kind of 3 big landslide areas. 2 were on the north side of Cienega from the wineries, and 1 was on the south side. And we had to wait till they dried out a bit, because they were kind of just a muddy, wet mess, essentially. And so that occurred last week, where we were able to go in. Our crews were able to open up 2 lanes in all directions. The slopes are still exposed, so, you know, we'll just keep our fingers crossed today. But, you know, long-term stabilization, I did already meet with a contractor that does that work. So he's going to provide us with some pricing for some of those specific areas. But, you know, that's a few months out, and seeing where we get funding from FEMA or the state or whoever, because they're not small ticket items. But short term, things are open, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, really appreciate it, Steve. I appreciate your whole team. Everybody's been super responsive. I am a big supporter of expanding the road crew, getting it back to its original staffing levels. I know that's a big ask of the county, and that funding for that is going to be tough. But we know that preventive is optimal instead of being reactive to these things. Having the road crew year-round that is actually working to prevent these things could make a world of difference in future flooding events. Additionally, HHSA and all of your staff, and Tracy, the team of people that have been out there, Maria, Enrique, thank you guys so much. I know it's not a perfect situation. We're kind of learning on the fly. We're having to make some, you know, calling out on some stuff. But I think in light of where we were and where we are now, we're at least showing an improvement. And I'm looking forward to working with Supervisor Gonzalez on this ad hoc, so that we don't come up to that 6 months and have, a communication with these individuals, and they understand, what we can do and what we can't do. I think out of all of this that I've heard today, between the public comments and staff, is a lot of it is communication and information and bridging that gap of information and communication. And I think if we enhance continue to do what Chris at OES has done to make the website so informative, and where you can get resources, piggybacking on that with the grant funding, with having a single source for all of these storm things, is going to be, very, very powerful for the community. So I'd like to thank staff on that. Steve, I'm so excited to hear about this GIS mapping. I get really excited about GIS and taking pictures and collecting a database, because from these databases you can say it's private entity and have them informed immediately that unfortunately this is not something that the county can do, but also have a list of potential contractors in our local environment, our local community, that might be able to help them. So advertise a little bit of our local businesses with these repairs, so they don't feel that they don't have anybody to go to. But also with that, utilizing that for future storms and how that technology could track future storms for FEMA. That I'm all excited about that after going to DC and being on that CIO day, and I'm going to do another one coming up at the next conference. I'm really excited about that. So I don't want to take too much time. I am a little concerned about this transportation for the kids to get to school and what an impact that is on the families. And I'm wondering if we can maybe meet with the Board of Education or the North County School District and see if they have any ideas or suggestions for temporary emergency transportation of what could be done to help. You got all these families with children that are going to the same school. Sorry, we just kind of started carpools back in my day. It was just hard to manage. Carpools are very hard to manage, and there's a lot of politics in carpools. If you don't know about that, then you haven't had kids. I'd also like to do a public information outreach, and I think Supervisor Kosmicki, you mentioned this, but I want to make sure it was really put out there about all the information from Fish and Wildlife that we got today, and how we can package that with, links to their website, the local contact number, the local email. I went on while they were talking and was Googling and seeing, oh, well, this is real easy. You just click here, 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 and I like
Yeah,
that.
will all be updated on the website, the
Okay.
storm.
And then we can do maybe some media outreach, because I'd like to share that. I'm realizing communication to our constituents is the number one thing. If they just knew, they call me and keep calling me. If you're out there, don't stop calling, don't stop emailing. Just know I'm going to get back to you as soon as I can with the information that you need.
And a lot of it can probably be found on cosb.us.
Oh yeah, it's been
the
huge.
grants, as they come available, all of our FEMA award information. I know the Fish and Game information was put out a month ago when they initially updated their website. We followed up with putting it out there, as Supervisor Zanger mentioned. So keep on that website.
Yep. I want to be able to send it out and ping it to people, because they're just not getting it, and sometimes it's a phone call I have to make back to them, because they're not computer savvy or online social media savvy. The only other thing is Ken, with ag and the impacts, this I see is going to be a huge impact on our farming community and our migrant community that's going to be coming here, and being prepared and proactive. I know you mentioned in previous meetings that there's a system to this, and after talking to Supervisor Sotelo, I just want to thank you, and whatever I can do, if there's anything you need from me to spread the word on grants or anything, I'm more than happy to. But thank you so much for everybody and their hard work, and my heart goes out to all the families. This is not an easy time. We as a board, I think, are united in trying to do everything we can, but also understand the limitations of what we can do as a public entity. But we need to just build that communication and that collaboration so that people know the next steps are. Some of them are on the individuals, and we're going to have to guide them to those next steps. So thank you so much.
Thank you. I don't have a whole lot to add after that. That was amazing. I will second thank you so much. It's been wonderful kind of working with all of you, getting to know so many of you through this process. So thank you. And couple of things that were brought up in some of the public comment. Is there anything that we can do with the ADA issues? I'm sure now that we are aware of them, making sure that that is something that we are able to accommodate for. Being a mom of a young daughter, I understand how disturbing that might be. And so just making sure that we're doing everything we can to protect the privacy of the tenants, and just making sure that people understand there are people living here. And then on the grants, just for clarification, the USDA ones, I know the USDA has put out some for loans for ag and whatnot. The ones that were mentioned today that might be for homeowners, that is not confirmed
They
yet.
have not been released.
They have not been
They
released.
mentioned it in a couple different meetings that they are working on those programs. They do not have literature or information.
So those are not available right now.
Not
We
currently, but-
will, those will be on the website when,
Yes,
okay.
as soon as we
okay.
get the information, and I know we're all waiting for different aspects of it.
Okay, well, thank you. And I think it's a great opportunity, not going to be available potentially to homeowners on some of these things, but opportunities for us to be proactive working with our nonprofits. And I know like the RCD came a couple weeks ago, and so I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to, again, keep working together and collaborating. So thank you all so much for all of the work that you're doing. So that's all I have. Thank you. So I think that ends our regular agenda. Do we have any public comment for closed session?
I think, Madam Chair,
are we
Yes.
doing consent?
I think we have one pulled consent item, correct?
Yeah, I don't know if we're doing that now or.
We're going to do that
or
now,
after.
the consent
The
item that
consent
got
item.
pulled.
There's one pulled consent item.
And then we have a
And
public
Charlie's in
hearing.
the audience,
And
that's
I'm
why I
ready.
asked. And Chris.
Okay, then let's do it right now.
Okay.
Chief Padola,
Sorry.
I'll be
come
quick.
on up.
No, that's okay. I apologize for that oversight.
I think we were typically doing it at the end, at the very end, the consent, but this is fine.
Yeah, this is fine. Charlie's here.
Whoops,
Let's just do
Charlie's
it
here.
now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's fine.
Yeah.
So item 1.10 from consent agenda that Supervisor Kozmicki pulled.
Yeah, just real quick, I'm just wondering, because it's a grant for staffing and it has an expiration, do we expect it to be renewed after that, or is that a situation where there's potential where we'd be coming back and asking for more funding for that later?
No, we expect that person to work on the fire district formation that we've been tasked with. So we expect that person to work on that project specifically.
It'll be an existing person though, so we're not hiring and.
I don't know that. It could be a consultant, it could be a
Oh,
new
okay.
person. But it will be specifically related to the formation of the district at this point. That's what the group has decided.
Okay, great. And I just, like I
Funding.
said, I just want to make sure that it's not something where there's an expectation to fund
No, it'll be a
potentially down
temporary,
the
it'll
road.
be clearly stated that it's a temporary assignment position.
Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Sure. Did you want to add anything? Go sit down.
Thank you for being here. Do we have any public comment on this item?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9. No comments.
Thank you. Would someone like to make a motion to approve item 1.10?
Move to approve as recommended.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Okay, so I do recognize we have a public hearing at 1:30, but we'll go ahead and go into closed session. So is there any public comment for closed session?
In chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon. No comments.
Thank you. So let's go ahead and recess for closed session. We'll be back at 1:30.
4.2. Oh, yes. Sorry, Elia.
Okay, never mind. We'll go back to public comment.
Thank you. So 4.1 and 4.2 actually, and I'll do it in the 3 minutes. This potential lawsuit, if it's not already, no, it's not a lawsuit yet, is a result, will be as a result of the board as a whole, not every vote, but as a whole denied the Bruce Lee, the Bruce Lee. I just dated myself. Bill Lee project. Okay, after the applicant followed all of the rules and policies required of him, and it also is part of the general plan. So he does have a right, and he will probably win, and it's going to cost the county based on a decision that you all made. And it would have followed, he had affordable housing in it. Number two, 4.2, again, we have public employee performance evaluation. You just had one at the last meeting. What is going on here behind closed doors that we're not allowed to know? This has to do with county council and the county administrative officer. They've gotten a new contract, both of them. They've gotten their evaluations. Why do you keep coming forward with now you want a performance regarding a performance evaluation? You're making the public, very to question what's going on behind closed doors, and you can't tell us because it's behind closed doors. Now, if you have some kind of an evaluation process for them, whether it is for them to, I don't know, do something or they have done something, and I hope that as a whole board of supervisors, you are working with them to make them better at their position. And if they come forward and they ask for something or they tell you why something cannot be done, I would hope that as a whole or as an individual supervisor, you are supporting what it is that they're coming forward with you. If you don't support it, ask questions of them, as long as it can be done in public without placing their position or the scope of what has to be done in closed session. But it just, in the last 3 years, I've never seen so many closed sessions regarding these two positions. What is going on? Please, work with them, or if they're failing the job, then let the public know what's going on. Thank you.
No further comments.
Okay, so we'll be back close to 1:30 as possible. Barbara, do you mind, or County Council, do you mind reporting out for closed session, please?
Yes. Let me pull up the number. It's on the first closed session, item number 4.1. The board authorized the execution of a tolling agreement on a 3-2 vote with Supervisor Kuzmicki and Supervisor Zanger voting against.
Thank you. Okay, now let's go to our public hearing. All right, and I'm going to open up the public hearing. It's 1:39.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. Abraham Prado, Planning and Building Services Director. The state mandates that the building and construction codes are updated every 3 years in all cities and counties throughout the state of California. The state published the 2022 California Building Standards Code on July 1st, 2022, which became effective as of January 1st, 2023. And the county adopts the California Building Standards Code by amending Chapter 21 of our county codes, and that's titled Building and Engineering. The building code amendments include, but are not limited to, sections of the code which include residential, electrical, plumbing, mechanical, energy, green building, and fire codes, amongst others. In addition to the 2022 California Building Standards Code, staff is recommending the Board of Supervisors also to adopt the 2021 International Property Maintenance Code to replace the currently 2018 version, and also to adopt the 2021 Uniform Swimming Pool Spa Hot Tub Code to replace the currently adopted 2018 version. These codes are not part of the mandatory 2022 California Code, but are beneficial in addressing property management and pool construction matters. Staff is recommending that the Board of Supervisors introduce the first reading of the ordinance to amend Chapter 21 of Articles 1 and 2 of the San Benito County Code of Ordinances to adopt the 2022 California Building Codes. And staff will be happy to answer any questions. I also want to indicate that our Chief Building Official, Nelson Alfaro, is here with us, and also our Fire Chief, Charlie Bedoya, as well. Thank you.
Okay, so are there any public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment in chambers, please provide a speaker card. On Zoom, please press *9 or the raise your hand icon on your screen. No comments.
Thank you. Bring it back to the board. Does any of the board have any questions or comments? No? Okay, well then, I guess we're accepting the first reading, and we'll review it for adoption at April 21st? April 25th, at the April 25th Board of Supervisors meeting.
Yeah, let's have a vote per staff recommendation. Accept introduction, waive first reading, continue until April 25th.
Okay, so you want a vote on that?
I'll
Okay,
go
so
ahead and
it's-
make that motion then, per staff recommendation.
I'll second. Oh,
Angela?
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it.
So I'm going to close the public hearing. And we're going to, oh yeah, we need a motion to adjourn.
Actually, wait a minute. Yeah, we'll adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
5-0. Thank you.
Stay dry, people.